Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you all with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And for those of you who are coming back the second time, I had issues. It's okay. Oh, God love you. That every folks thought maybe I went to get coffee and fell down in the kitchen or something. It was not that. Okay, but a neighbor showed up. I mean, like 2 minutes before I was ready to go live, and with a rather kind of sort of I need help right now kind of thing that should have only taken a few minutes and ended up taking over an hour. And then when I tried to go live with the YouTube channel recently, it's been going on the last 6 months, but the computer will start acting kind of funky. Hey, Susie Q, Travis, David Castle, Tracy, Barry, how you are? Back in the saddle again. But so then when I tried to use the stream that I had already put up there, I had goofed it up somehow earlier and it would not let me in. Then the computer went, sorry, and shut down. So I had to reboot, wait for Microsoft to recalibrate, and then I had to set up a new stream. So anyway, here I am. I'm sorry for all of the above, uh, you know, difficulties. I realized that had I not, you know, I didn't have to go help my neighbor, but I had to go help my neighbor, because he helps me out all the time. But anyway, so, but I had realized that had I tried to go live with the stream that we were all chatting in, it wasn't going to go live anyway. I goofed something up. So, but anyway, that's my fault. Hit the wrong button, didn't know what I was doing. And that's like, I love to keep it simple, silly. So here we are. I'm hoping that everyone is doing as well as possible. Um, Yeah, I'm okay. I didn't, it just happened so quick. He pulled up and he was like, hey, can you help me with something for a few minutes? And I looked down and went, yeah, okay. And he said, well, this won't take long. And I was like, well, everybody will understand if Dave's a few minutes late, but then it turned into longer. And then, like I was having computer issues that had nothing to do with the earlier. And then I'd set my cell phone down someplace else. And anyway, I'm a klutz sometimes. I'm a Dutz, I'm a klutz, you know. So to try to make up for this, I'm burning some sage and asking forgiveness to the universe. But I mean, it all turned out, but it was just like a very weird set of circumstances all at once, like what? And here is, we're talking. This conversation is about spirit medicine, so we might would ask or have the conversation about. So, what is spirit? Different people understand what the spirit is. It's a ghost, it's the soul, it's the divine essence. So what is the spirit, right? That's for one. Here, y'all get close to the screen there. I'm going to smudge everybody. Okay. Hey, Michelle, thank you. Susie, Tracy. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. I gave tobacco offering for us tonight. Good. So and I'm going to be using this sort of as a base. All right. Now, I have read through this book many times over the years, and it's like there are some good suggestions, but I wouldn't necessarily use this book as my Bible. or my, like this is the tried and true way, or this is, no, there's some really good suggestions and I'm going to point them out. And I mean nothing to the author of this book or her work, or it's no. But what I found in that someone else writes down their visions, their journeys, their lessons, and say, okay, this is how you do it. Well, for me, uh, some folks have said, Dave, why don't you write a book about some of this stuff? Think about the many pages with all of the discussions that I've had over the many years on the subject of spiritualism and shaman and that kind of thing, not counting ET and the rest of it, right? So, but anyway, what does that mean? It means that different people have different understanding of what the spirit means. Okay. Quite frankly, well, the spirit is a ghost, it's a something. No, well, hang on, your spirit is attached to you, it's your essence, it's basically who you are, right? And so um there are folks who would, as I did earlier on when I talked to Michelle this evening, thank you all for being patient with me. Everything's okay. Crummy computer kept me from getting back on sooner, but anyway, it ain't the computer, it's whatever is going on with software these days. But to the point though, so spirit medicine. So what do you want for your spirit? Well, Hawkeye, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean is that different people have different ideas of what they feel spiritualism is to them. You know, for me, I'm following as much as I can along what is clinically, termed as the red road, right? The Indian road, the red road. But a clay road down here in South Georgia is a red road. Okay, so it's the native who is the color of the earth versus white man who ain't the color of nothing. But anyway, naturally occurring is like a thing of it. Chalk maybe, but dried out animal bone. I'm sorry, I'm being facetious here. But so in the shaman journey, the spiritual journey, first it's up to you to decide kind of what category do you find yourself in, right? Well, I'm gonna, for me, I live in the country and everything, but people can take sabbaticals. They can go on little weekend or a week, maybe, or maybe two, or maybe a month. Who knows? On a hermitage for themselves, or they can go out and meditate out, and maybe they take a drive or on the way home or whatever, and so they can commiserate with nature, right? So that connection with the spirit. So your spirit and the spirit of the universe, which is nature and all of those things. But where do you want to go from there, right? So it's varied. You can be Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, this one, that one, agnostic, um, you know, pagan or Wiccan or a lot. See, those are all different types of spiritualism, and I didn't include any of the dark arts, mind you. But so each individual has to come up with, what does the spirit mean to me, right? So there, for a lot of times, I was very into the Celtic, but then as my shaman journey continues, I ended up with, wait, yeah, the Celts are pretty cool, and I obviously have some kind of connection for me that goes way way back, but at the moment, um, Native American was more appropriate at the time. So these are spirit journeys, all right? These are lessons. I did rune readings, I did this, I worked on that, and then I realized I can't go over yonder where the druids and all them folks grew up. And then I was started going to Native American powwows. Hey, Alexander, how are you? Uh, I want my every step to be a celebration. Yep. And that's the way it should be. Every step is a celebration. But so with depending on where you pinpoint your spiritual journey, all right, will depend upon the medicine that you quote require, if you will. If you were Buddhist, then there would be certain things that you would study, and that would help with your medicine, okay? Understanding your spiritualness, right? If you're Christian, then you got the Bible and you're reading about Jesus and Moses and all them folks, right? Okay, so, but then that becomes the way to find your medicine, okay, that you must be washed in the blood of Jesus, and there's your salvation. See, so that's your medicine, right? The medicine that you take or bring in to help with you spiritually, right? So what does medicine mean in this term? The medicine is that anything that helps, um, helps you to become healthier, right? To become a better spiritual being, a understand your own spiritualness, the spiritualness of Mother Earth, plants, other people, the universe, and whether you understand it, whether you understand all the machinations or the mechanics like inside a clock. You don't need to know what all these little gears do to know that if you wind this stem in the old days, if you wind up this stem, the it will tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, and you got a pocket watch, right? So, but do you know how? Do you have to know how it works in order to operate it? No. Okay. So, do we have to know everything about the universe to know that it's like a pocket watch, that we can understand it and see it and read it? But do we have to know how it works? No. Now, we may learn that may be part of our own particular journey, but not everybody's in that, right? So, if that were true, then everybody would just have one religion, right? And oh, that's a no go. So, again, many different walks. Now, I would suggest if you're going to follow Native American stuff, that you pick one of the larger tribes. Okay. If you're in the East, it may be best to study the Cherokee. You say, well, and now here's the thing, and we've talked about this before when Robert and I do a show, which, by the way, tune in tomorrow night on Tuesday night, February let's see, what is the day today? Today's the 8th, I think, right? It'll be actually later on tonight. But so, in this understanding of it, Eastern tribes of Cherokee will have these particular ceremonies, whereas the Northern and Canada tribes and folks up north, and the Sioux and all these other folks, and the Southern tribes all have a different, similar but different twist on these particular um, how you the right way to do a ceremony, for example. So with the Cherokee, it could be this way. With the Hopi, it could be this way. With the Chippewa, could be this way. Iroquois, different. I mean, so here's the thing: understand that there is a base to it all. But if you try to study the Native American culture as a one sum fits all, nah. There is a book called 500 Nations, okay? 500 different types of tribes just here in the Americas, okay? So, what does that mean? There could be 500 different variations on the same theme, okay? So, don't just get stuck with this is how you do it when maybe somebody else someplace else does it differently because of their culture where they are in doing medicine wheel, for example. If you live in South Florida where there ain't any rocks, then what are you going to use for your medicine wheel? You're going to use shell. You're going to use what you got. Okay. Coral or, something like you're going to make do with what you can find. Hey, Steve, how are you? Well, not all of them. No. During the Trail of Tears, they were sent out into the area of around Norman, Oklahoma, and they resettled a lot of the tribes there. Okay, down here in the south and around here in the southern Cherokee, there's a tribe over. Uh, I can never remember the name of that town, but over towards Jacksonville on the Florida Georgia border. And there were Cherokee that was still hiding in the mountains. They found tunnels underneath one of the houses. I mean, like right through the floor of one of the houses there in Cades Cove. I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. And I had been in that house several times and had pictures of this house, had a picture of the floor where they found this, uncovered something, and there was a trap door and it led into a cave somewhere back into the mountains there, Cades Cove. And so the Cherokee were staying in caves up there during the wintertime. And it was like, come find me. And some of them caves mostly are still there, but who knows where they are and how they were used and so forth. So, because not everybody agreed on the remove the Cherokee, back in the day. So as far as the Cherokee were concerned, they weren't all moved out. Okay. There were folks down here that, you know, found ways to stay here, you know. The women married white men to keep from having to go, and there were white men who married widowed white women, so they didn't go. I mean, just there was a lot of stuff going on back in the day, and there are a lot of black Cherokee. I mean, you can tell they're Cherokee. I mean, by their facial, they don't have the normal black features you would say, as far as their hair is more straight. Their skin color is not black; it's a reddish hue to it. Some of the 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 black native women, that Cherokee, are just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, drop dead gorgeous. Now, not all of them, but I mean, their skin, their cheekbone, their structure, and it's distinctive Cherokee. I've also seen black men Cherokee background. And so, but where did that come from? Well, some of them hung around with the slaves, or some of them Cherokee stayed on the plantations because their master needed help, and they didn't include them in the Trail of Tears. So, but to the point though, not all of them are in Oklahoma, but yes, a large bunch. Okay, and hate watching South Central Kansas, yeah, Andor, Lakota. Now that's a combination because Cherokee way over here and Lakota way up over there. Just saying, but I've known quite a few true Lakota folks over the many years, and a very interesting culture and people and that kind of. But I know a lot of Cherokee too, and there are several folks down here in South Georgia that there's the Southern tribe of Cherokee, and then there are the Creek Indian, which is sort of like Southern. There are those folks who would say, "No, I'm Creek. I'm not Southern Cherokee." Well, but in a way, they're Southern Cherokee, but they ain't, but they are, but they. So, but the Creek, yeah. Hi, Mary Wins. How are you? So, anyway, let's get into this after 20 minutes. But I'm hoping that, I am here to answer questions, especially if they're appropriate. I would hopefully myself try to stay on topic for this book and the subject, and then later on, an hour in, if we get off topic, okay. But here's the book. Now, for those, let's see. See, it's backwards to me. It's spirit medicine, okay? Now, it's by Wolf Moondance, Native American Teachings to Awaken the Spirit. All right, now, this is someone's journey as they wrote it down, some of the things they've done to help promote it for within themselves. Okay, so this isn't necessarily a Bible. You know what I mean? This is a one person's journey and how they went about it. Okay, now, does it follow other native traditions? Yes. All right. But is it specific to any particular tribe? Not that I'm aware of. All right. So these things, though, that this Wolf Moon Dance describes and discusses, regardless of how you go about them, the subject matter is absolutely worth discussing. Okay. So here we go. Hey, Steve, all of different Sioux tribes down the Missouri River. Yeah. And there are the Blackfeet, and then there are the Blackfoot. Two different tribes, two different methods, two different things, and that kind of thing. So, but here's the thing: they are the Native Americans, regardless of the tribes, have a very high understanding and belief for Mother Earth and all things natural. Okay. Regardless of where in within the tribes, as the stories I've read, and Robert and I on Milky Way Soul Tribe, we're going to do another read tonight, actually. Um, another hour or so of storytelling and stories and legends. But in that, you can hear that there are similarities, and probably these people never met. Okay, because they're northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast. The stories are all over them. But the basics and some of the understanding of the native peoples were very similar and very common. Okay, so in that you can say, okay, so generally, um, if you're more particular to the Cherokee, it's not like you can't study another tribe like the Lakota or the Sioux or the Cheyenne or the Nez Perce, you know. But if you try to jump from tribe to tribe to tribe to tribe, you're going to find that you might be getting a little confused. Okay. If you go in with the understanding, though, that I'm going to read about the Lakota, I'm going to read about the Nez Perce, and then there's some really good stuff over here about the Cherokee, and then I'm going to use that knowledge and find my own path. Now, you might lean one way or the other. This is important because if you try to mix medicines from the Cherokee and the Hopi or the Pueblo, or the Cheyenne it's not necessarily the same. For example, on the East Coast, there are all these different herbs and things. Yeah, but you ain't going to get them when you pass the Mississippi. Things change, you know. And when you get through the plains and out in, to the Sierras, and it ain't the same as the East Coast. So, because of terrains and differences, that also means differences in how these things, the spirit medicine is brought about. Okay. Just saying. If you're on the beach and on the ocean all the time, you don't understand what it's like to stand on top of a mountain and look for miles and miles and miles. You don't know. And if you've never been to a big mountain, like out, I've been all over the Smokies, but to be in the Smokies and look out, and then be in the Sierras and look out from the Rocky Mountains and look out totally different. So you can say, well, I can imagine what the the uh, the Sierra Madres look like, because I've been, all over the Smoky Mountains. But let me tell you, nah. but but so if somebody has never been to a mountain at all, the biggest they've ever been on is a sand dune along the ocean. They understand the vastness of the ocean and the storms and the thing, and but they don't get what a mountain is. All right. That is part of your spirit. So where you live, how you develop it. Are you on the seashore? Are you in the desert? Are you in the high plains? Are you in the prairie? Are you in the north and with Eskimos and Canucks and folks and things and stuff? Or are you down south along the coast and in the swamps like the Seminole? Why does it matter? Because their medicines are different. Okay. Because of where they live in their culture. It's just obvious, okay? Don't make a big deal of it. But if you live in an area and you want to follow a particular tribe because you're from that area, okie doke. But understand, not all tribes operate the same. Exactly. Okay. All right. That said, because it is important. So this is a Sterling Publishing Company. It's Spirit Medicine, and again by Wolf Moondance. Now, I'm going to just read sections out of here and point out those things. Hopefully, will be. I have a lot of sage that grows on my farm. Really? Oh, please, cut me some and send me some. I'll pay for it. you know, to sunshine, to moonbeams, to scattering stars, to dragons and butterflies, today, tomorrow, and forever. This book is dedicated to Granny Lil for her chocolate cake. It is dedicated to my father in law for being a decent man, and to my mom for being Native American. It is dedicated to my sister Betty, who continues to follow. It is dedicated to my nephews and my niece, who are the next generation. It is dedicated to Raven with all my love. Now, so like I said, I'm going to read excerpts from this and interject what I kind of feel is necessary. So there are, for example, the contents is the call of the wolf, the sun, the moon, and seven stars, rainbow medicine wheel, teachings of spirit, confidence medicine, building a rainbow medicine wheel, which is a lot more complicated than the other one we're studying. Sacred rock stack, the process of the lesson of patience. Okay. The dance of the deer, teachings of spirit, balance medicine, spirit soul doll, the process of the lesson of unity. Okay. This is what we're going to discuss. Ancient spirit drawings, teachings of spirit, creative medicine, the ceremony of movement, ancient spirit drawings, the process of the lesson of the original, innocent coyote, teachings of spirit, growth, medicine, ceremony of innocence, the process of the lesson of faith, rainbow warrior, teachings of spirit, truth medicine, spirit stick, ceremony of loyalty, the process of the lesson of sincere, teachings of spirit, wisdom medicine, ceremony of prayer, the prayer mesa stick, the process of the lesson of reason, the process of the lesson of reason, Sacred Heart, teachings of spirit, impeccability medicine. That should be interesting. Ceremony of impeccability, totem rocks, the process of the lesson of worth. Like, how much are you worth? Or how much am I worth? The ceremony of self, the process of wholeness. Now, this is what this book discusses. Okay. So, again, it's not written in it's kind of sort of written like little stories, and she talks to this person and that and has a this. Okay. So, I'm going to find areas within the story that seem to be appropriate versus trying to read the whole story. Okay. The purpose of spirit medicine is to open a door to the quest for the spirit self. Absolutely, there it is. The purpose of spirit medicine is to open a door to the quest for the spirit self. Spirit medicine is a teaching of rainbow medicine, how medicine is teachings from the medicine wheel, which comes from the visions of the sun, the moon, and seven stars that was given to Wolf Moon Dance. Okay, so this is this person's journey on how to do these, but these exercises and things are very similar. Okay, that's my point. I would not necessarily use this book as a Bible, but as a guide, absolutely. That's why I'm reading it. It says, I'm Osage Cherokee and English born and raised in Oklahoma. So, Steve, there it is. Here's a Cherokee raised in Oklahoma. I walk the medicine way. I live in two worlds, native and white. And I understand that for me, I feel the same way. And there are people these days who are feeling an old ancient connection to the, to nature, to Mother Nature, to Mother Earth, and to the universe. And they're slowly catching up, right? And it's like, and in a way, they're Native American too. And they live in two worlds because they're living in the white man's world with computers and all this other stuff. And then folks are learning how to take the journey, that actually take off their shoes and walk on the red road and feel Mother Earth and feel the universe and take that extra step, right? So when I'm white and I walk in the white world, I'm native. When I'm native, I'm walking in white as a white person. Now, I get that because no matter how much I claim to be Cherokee, the Cherokee go, yeah, you just a wannabe, a wannabe. Um, through listening to the stars to a place known as the quest for the whole self. Now, that's interesting. In this classroom setting of people achieve mental medicine, they achieve emotional medicine, they achieve physical medicine, they receive spirit medicine. Within spirit medicine, we walk the teachings of memory, the teachings of memory, and listen for the voice of the spirit. We build spirit bundles, honor our tools, learn how to have visions. Since I've received my vision, now this is her. Since I received my vision as a child in the form of the sun, moon, and the seven stars, it has guided every single moment of my life where I'm dedicated and committed to visioning. I am a visionary, a way of wisdom, one who teaches the way, the wolf, spirit medicine. They bring forth answers to lessons. They make lessons into teachings. They set us in a solid way. I live in old ways. I walk within the lodge. I teach in a teepee. I teach by the river. I teach with the dirt. I teach with the air. And I teach with fire. Spirit medicine is a work for you to bring forth your spirit, to have a medicine wheel, and to understand that everyone is welcome there, but the ways are strict, the disciplines are hard, and the commitment is deep. In physical presence, it will take 1 year to complete the lessons and apply the medicines in this book. Now, what I have learned is that forget a year. Now, the lessons never stop. And you should never expect, well, I've learned it all. That's nah. About the time you get to the bottom, you are just beginning to fly. But within spirit medicine, there is no time. It would be the null time. Within spirit, there is no time. There is no racism. There is no judgment. There is evil. There is bad. But there is good. There is heavenly. All that spirit is comes from the heart of the eagle. These are the ways of the spirit medicine. You will be in a school by learning spirit medicine, a mystery school. Okay. You will explore beliefs that will better your life and beliefs that will open up your spirit. You will feel the medicine of the river is the heart of the lodge. You will connect to the spirit world and hear teachers from the upper world. Open your heart and allow your mind, your body, and emotions to listen to your spirit. Walk within the stars and heal the scars. That's an interesting phrase. Walk among the stars and heal your scars. Understand that your walk must be the same as your talk. Spirit medicine will give you the ability to treat the broken wing, the broken heart, the broken mind, the broken spirit, and stand firmly on that medicine. You will share the heart of the elk, walk with the cat, feel the life of the buffalo. You will spiral in the soft circle of the hawk, sense the deep feelings of the sleeping bear, walk with pride at the flight of the eagle, and you will hear the call of the wolf. I invite you now to the Spirit Mystery School. Aho. And that's about what this is. In talking about this, um, there are different types of things we need to discuss. For example, this book is not that this book for it. Okay, there are different types of what native peoples call medicine. Okay, so there is feather medicine. All right, those who have eagle feathers and who have been, along that line for healing people. Now, that wasn't necessarily what my purpose was. My purpose wasn't necessarily heal the body, although I know things and massage techniques and things like that can take a lot of pain away. And there are things I do know about the body and certain stuff. So in a way, but that's not my main issue, right? Where other people are. Mine has been to help heal the soul and the broken heart and the broken spirit. So that's my reason for here. In that because I was so scarred and I was so lost, and having found my way, I'm bringing you different methods and discussions and so forth so you can find yours. My method, this is just an example. The person who wrote this book This is their example. Well, they sat with grandmother and they had this vision and they had that one. Okay, I'm not trying to take that away from them, but I've had visions and I've had things and I've walked with the spirits, but you know, that's their story. This is my story, but our stories are still connected. Even though it's different, our stories are still connected. Why? Because I'm searching, I'm walking the red road, I'm looking for the spirit. I'm searching for the right way to be the correct spirit, right? Or however, right for whatever it is, right? And um, um, this person was also, all right. So that's our connection to the spirit right there, and that we seek the right answers, the right things, and okay. So, regardless of where you may be in your spirit journey, it doesn't, or what area you might be in. You might actually be a hands-on person with as a masseuse and who knows how, or you can be a person who helps to um, counsel folks who are literally, I used to work for a place down in Tampa called, it was a suicide crisis center. And the name of the place back in the early 70s was The Door. And I talked about this with Barry the other day. I said, there are some times when things just get so crazy, you want to talk to somebody and go, this stuff is just insanity. I'm going crazy here. I got to call the door and talk because somebody at the door would talk you down if you were, had too much acid, which was the case back in the day, or people who were depressed because Tampa had one of the highest suicide rates back in the day. One reason why I wanted the heck out of there, right? So, but anyway, so where you live and the people around you can absolutely affect your spirit path because you're getting all these other energies, good or bad, they ain't yours, right? So if you haven't found your own core value and you're still kind of doing a little searching here, you're not really don't have the faith to believe in what you got at the moment. It might be false because you've never felt this way before. No one has ever discussed it with you, in that maybe, you're perfectly fine. Well, but I don't fit in with everybody else. Then you're probably fine, unless you're thinking about murdering or doing some kind of genocide or something. Then please, don't. All right, so let's continue on with this. So, what is the medicine? Oh, it's 129. I missed a spot. So I'm gonna take a harmonize with the spirit of the land. Yep. Fire in the hole. Yep. I'm catching up with y'all. I'm 10. I'm I ran overtime. I forgot. Quite frankly, there are a lot of folks who want a little want to learn a little bit about medicinal plants. They want to, learn how to, meditate with nature. Nothing wrong with any of that, right? Um, but they're not interested in going on a 3 day or a week or whatever binge somewhere to go out in nature and like really be there kind of thing. And then there are other people who are hikers and campers and stuff that I got to use this word, okay? They're so yuppied up that, they got their this and that, and it's like, all the special camp gear and all the special stuff, and it's like, take a tarp and a blanket and just go out. I mean, like, seriously, take a few little items and just go out. Oh, they got all this stuff and they got their big four-wheel drive truck and okay, all right. They yuppie it up. Well, I'm close to nature. We got here on our dirt bikes. Okay. Now, how you get to a destination, but it's the mentality that, well, we came out on the dirt bikes, we would play it all around, everything. Well, with all the noise and everything, then if you walked a mile to a destination, for example, to a campsite or whatever, if you walked a mile, that solitude and peace and quiet without the ring, ring, ring of a motorcycle or four wheeler or whatever, you get into the mood, you get into your surroundings. So those folks who four wheel someplace get out, well, they build a fire and say, well, I'm meditating. So, and they're on the same level as some other people. No, I'm sorry. Their intentions are good, but no. Is it bad? Should they stop doing it? No, but what they should stop doing is, bragging about how good it is, how they're so right there. And hang on, just back off. You're doing good and proud of you, but there's a much more deeper spiritualness to it. That's for you. And I'm not trying to beat them up, okay? But they're trying. But for those of us who have walked literally barefoot through swamps and storms and for me, snow and ice, literally, and being stuck, me and my brother that time on that mountain up in North Georgia, it was hairy. It was nasty. We did not know if we was going to get off that flipping mountain or not. So from cold to hot to stuff in between, there are folks that, well, oh my God, my four wheeler ran out of gas and we had to walk back to the truck. That was like their adventure. Okay. you know. Now, they're not to say that getting broke down and out of gas and a long walk back to the truck can be a harrowing experience. But so the difference in intent, the difference in, well, I went out in the desert and we camped out overnight, good for you, versus the person who makes it a spiritual journey. He starts off before he ever gets to the desert or whatever. He's already mentally walking the path, gets to the desert, walks the next journey on the path, takes whatever solitude or whatever and the quiet. He doesn't take a boom box. Okay. Now, I have taken a portable player with drum music. Okay. So that I could turn it on very low and play drum music when I'm out in nature. That's allowable, but it's like very soft and very quiet, and is to go with your mood. Okay, especially if you don't have a drum or can't carry one with you or whatever. So there's cheating, and then there's somebody rocking out and doing this number. You understand. So, but the person who is of the mentality, well, we went out there, I was in the desert, we spent the night, we sat by the fire and I thought we was meditating, is not the same journey as the person who on the other end. Now there's a lot of in betweens, all right? So what is your journey depends on what medicine you need, okay? Next portion. So in this writing from this person, um, here's a segment. All is, grandfather says. All is. The animals sing, the day is bright and clear. More sparks of light and family emergence, the spirit family. all of them clusters of color. A band of blue, grandmother, grandfather, wolf, band of red, band of orange, band of yellow, band of green, band of purple, band of burgundy. The band is the whole color, and every spirit is a point of it. All seven hands are full and rich points of light as far as one can see. Color is everywhere. So, in this person is seeing these different things. Now, the color bands, different tribes um, place more or not so much emphasis on colors and how many colors there are. So, um, it is important that because, like, for example, Cherokee versus Lakota versus Cheyenne, their color patterns are slightly different. Okay. Is one better than the other one? No, but stick with that one and try to keep from crossing between tribes. Okay. If you find that, well, wait a minute, this color isn't the same as these folks, it's okay. Just calm down. Pick one. Okay. It'll be the order in which the colors are, and which, is black over here, or is it, interesting. Read about it and study about it because that is part of your journey of the spirit. What colors? So if you've been seeing green in dreams or something or whatever, and and maybe you should be wearing green, or maybe it's greens you should be eating, or so different colors, different, you open up the closet door and you go, I feel like blue today, or I'm going to wear my green, my green sports shirt over there. I like that one, but I feel like I want to wear that today. There is something spiritual in that because of the color that you choose. Okay, so with spirit medicine, if you see a shirt in your drawer in on the, whatever, in the closet, or in the dirty clean pile on the couch, it doesn't matter. You say, but I want that shirt. I want to wear that one today. Because somehow that the color or the vibrancy or something to that means something to you. And for that day, you wear it. So follow up on that. Study up. But again, I caution you, if you switch between Cherokee and other folks, I'm not picking on them, but the color scheme may be different. So don't think that you're wrong because you're doing it this way or these folks over here are doing it. Nope, it's just their custom and culture. But it is what the colors represent. So if you're going to follow the Cherokee rule of colors, just stick with them. Ain't nothing wrong, ain't right or wrong. It's just that's their way. Just stick with it. Okay. If you try to, well, the Hopi said that red meant something. Don't go there. Okay. If you want to do the Hopi, then stick with the Hopi and forget everybody else. Okay. If you're learning about spirit medicine for yourself. Now, I will say that to pick a tribe that you kind of follow their protocol, for example, there is wisdom in the other tribes. And there are nuggets of stuff when you learn about another tribe, you go, wow, well, I always wondered why I was partial to blue or something. Something will come to your head. And there'll be someone from another tribe where you've been basically a Cherokee. There you now you go, wow, well, this really makes sense to me somehow. It hits home, it resonates. It's okay. That's part of the spirit journey. All right. So you study following a pattern just to get yourself involved. And then you find something later on and you go, oh, wow, this really makes sense to me. See, that's part of the spirit journey. You've learned a different medicine. You've learned to be, this is part of the journey. So, a spirit journal, I've talked about this before, and I would advise you to get one of those composition books that I don't have one nearby at the moment. But they're like $1 at the store, dollar store. and you keep a journal. If you're doing something during the daytime and you're walking around, and Barry and I have talked about this. I'm going to use him as my excuse. But Barry, seen, he's sitting outside, and the lizard comes up, and he has a conversation with a lizard or a frog, or he sees a squirrel in the yard, and he has this thought in a little thing. Write it down in your journal. Okay. Put the date beside it. I don't care if it's the next thing in line in your journal. Put the date and maybe a time, 12:15 a.m. Does it or 2:30 p.m. or doesn't have to be accurate, just but at the time of day, because when you go back it'll make a difference. You might notice that there's a pattern in the time of day that you have written things down, and you go, wow, I write a lot of shit down at around 3:30, 4:30. In that hour there's a lot of stuff that comes to me, and it might not mean anything now, but write it down, okay? Because it helps your brain to remember there's a connection. And you want to just write down the stuff that really connects you with the spirit. You don't want to write down that, the Pope is, nah. You want to write down your expression, your feeling, your reaction. Now, there may have been a big nine, 1 1 1 1 1 1 situation, and you react to that. But as far as this journal is for you and your spirit path. Now, for me, I would be writing things like down, like, I read this thing the other day, and 5 years ago, I used to get really PO'd and upset. I mean, angry and throw things, and now I don't. And I see things now that used to trigger me no longer do. So I would write that down and go, I just realized today or yesterday or whatever, when you're writing it in your journal, that, oh my God, I don't get mad at that kind of thing anymore. I don't have road rage like I used to have. I'm good, Steve. And that's one thing that folks ought to absolutely, you know, there are folks who will not admit that they talk to their plants when they actually ought to. So now here's what this person, and I don't necessarily agree with this, okay, but I'm going to read it. The tools for a spirit journal: a notebook of a color that represents your spirit. Okay, now there's nothing wrong with that, but it may be hard to get one that's your color. Paper, pen. Well, if you got a notebook, then you got paper, okay, and a pen. I would suggest a good number two pencil. Why? Because there sometimes pens just 100% cotton cloth in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, burgundy. Glue gun, scissors, sequins, sage, sweetgrass. Be sure that be sure that red is also connected to the notebook, for the spirit teachings are of the east, and red is the color of the east. Now you might want to check that color with different tribes. Red might not be the one for you. Just saying. Um, so why you would want to put glitter and stuff on a notebook? And now I could see having different colors, that represent your spirit book, and they can also be used like bookmarkers kind of thing or whatever. But the idea though, that for me to have all that crud on my spirit journal it would be in the way. The glitter would come off, and but this is a glitter colors. I can understand the colors, but there are certain things that I don't know about the glitter. You know what I'm saying? So, but start out with at least a notebook, a composition book, and put colors in it, crayons, color pictures, or color the corners of the book. Today you might feel like purple, then get out the purple and color around the borders of the page. Okay, but in that the color purple or blue or green or red or whatever is significant, and then so you might make on your journal for the day, it might be one page, and you draw a little something in the color blue, the blue for that day, write the date down, and then you can go back and refer to it as, wow, I've done a lot of blue stuff over the last 2 months. I've used a lot of blue. And guess what? It's also at this particular, see, now that helps you understand that maybe at 4:15 every afternoon before you do a 20, because you're anticipating, and maybe at the 20 mark is when you have all these. But to the point though, when you write the time down, then you can go back through and notice similarities or maybe things that are just way off kilter. That's important for your journey. Now, smudging, putting a small amount of sage or sweet grass in a bowl, light it with a match, and quickly blow out flames. Now, most of us know how to smudge. Now, if you're going to do a ceremony, pass all of the objects that you have through the smoke of the sage smoke, including your notebook, through the smoke 4 times to remove negative energy. This is called smudging. Well, now I've heard that 3 times. The number 3 is like a, but then there are those who do the number 4. And so uh, at least 3, an extra one ain't going to hurt passing it through the smudge. So there are folks who are going to be too worried about the number of times when the basic understanding is you want to do it at least 3 times, because to make sure that you get everything out. If you do it 4, then that would resemble north, south, east, and west. Okay, so there is good in the numbers in a lot of different ways depending on where you are. Yes, Steve, you could write in color pencils, but see, it's up to you for what you feel at the time. That's the whole purpose, you know? It's not for anybody else, and that you try to explain it to anybody else. It will be for you to write down and do, and then come back later on and go, look at what I wrote in green today. Just saying. And that it might spark, oh, my spirit says this meant like this and I was feeling like that, and I learned this today in my meditation, or maybe in my walk, or just maybe from a drive home from the store. Okay, it doesn't have to be any. I've had some really profound shit happen to me on the way home from work. I mean, just because it was an hour ride and it was quiet and it was 1 or 2 in the morning, and a lot of stuff hit me in the middle of the night like that. Um. All right. So here's a spirit journal is for communicating with your inner self past your imagination in the spirit world. Here you can listen and make sense of what you hear. Remember, you are working in a spirit journal not to write only half sentences or just bits and pieces of what you see, because these are only flashes of your spirit memory. You want to have a full paragraph or a full text, not just scraps. Now, sometimes a sentence will say a lot. So if all you've got to say at the moment is a sentence, don't fret it. But then as you connect and are more succinct with your spirit, now some days are going to be there's going to be more there than not. You might write something down that's one sentence long, but it'll be profound at the yin yang, especially for you. And then later on, you go, Well, and you can't stop writing, and there's stuff that just keeps coming out, blah blah blah, and your observation. Okay, each day, each time, gonna be different. Don't mock. Well, I only wrote down one sentence a day. Okay, so that's it. But that one sentence might really be loaded. So don't just put up. Well, but it's only one sentence. I wrote 2 paragraphs yesterday. Okay, I wrote 10 pages the day before. Okay, calm down. Okay, Spanky. To walk with clarity from your spirit, you need to be able to interrupt the animal world, the rock world. Oh, I'm sorry. Interpret. Let me start over. To walk with clarity from your spirit, you need to be able to interpret the animal world, the rock world, the plant world, the colors. You need to bring them forth through your interpretive and your interpretations. There are many places and many teachers who have their own interpretations. There is no right or wrong, and all words have many possible meanings. Take your writings to their depths, bring them into wholeness for you. May not make any bit of sense to anybody else, and put them down to work in your world. Making the spirit journal yours is a process of owning your own medicine. All right. So, starting out here in the beginning, here we go. So, now these folks, if they go to write something down in their journal, they smudge first and do a ceremony. And there are times when I just grab the book and write it. Okay. Now, for me, the journal is like perpetually smudged. Okay, in that I've smudged it. And if I want to write something down, I want to write it down before I forget it, right? So you write it down. Well, I got to get the deco out. Write it down. Okay. Creator will know, your spirit will know um, that your intention is good. If, well, I don't know, I better smudge my book first, please. Okay. I love what this person says. It is important, but there's sometimes necessity says, where's my pencil? Where's my book? Go for it. All right. Don't worry about it. Um, Within spirit medicine, the keeping of a spirit journal is essential. Writing our entries daily is important. Now, I would say that if you don't have anything to say on a particular day, don't fret that neither. Okay. During the day, look at the list, do the things that need to be done, and when you have finished each one, check it off if you're going through a spirit list. If you do not finish any items, circle it and move on to the next. When you're not using your spirit journal, keep it in a special traveling case. See, okay. Or wrap it in red cotton cloth and place it inside another object, such as a medicine bag or purse that you carry with you. Now, for me, if I'm going traveling, I've got a special container that I put my stuff in. I can see that. But if I'm around the house and I want to write in it real quick, wrapping it and unwrapping it and in and out of a bag, maybe not. Okay. Just saying. It doesn't mean that I'm trying to shirk what the medicine journal means. There's just sometimes, in my humble opinion, I love these folks and what they do. I understand the religiosity of it, the honoring of it, to smudge it every time and to always keep it like this. But it might not be practical. Many a good thought has been lost from trying to untie a knot. Okay, so just keep that in mind. This is this person's particular method. Now, spirit medicine bundle. All right, sage or sweetgrass. Now, Barry, this is This is kind of sort of what I was talking about, spirit, medicine bags, spirit bundles, medicine bundles with tobacco and whatever. Okay, this is discussing this. Sage or sweetgrass, and I would say, or both, 100% cotton cloth that represents the color of your spirit. Are you paying attention? Now, here, let me give a little bit of a demonstration physically. Um, okay, I'm just going to use a paper towel, okay, because it's right here. Paper towel. So it ain't square, but so you get a piece of material, all right, not a paper towel, but a piece of material that represents your color. Now, if it doesn't represent your color or you're not sure, but something hits your fancy, or maybe you know that red is this and it may not be your color, but you're going to use red because you want, because you can't make up your own mind, you're going to use that as, okay. Or blue, today's a blue day. You don't know why. And so you make spirit bags. Okay, so piece of material, yay big, right? And you put a little bit of tobacco, or it says sage or sweetgrass, different tribes, different areas, different stuff goes in the bundle. So then the bundle is basically, there's a little bit of stuff in the middle, and you just fold it up like this, you know. So your tobacco bundle here, and you take a piece of string and you tie it up here at the top. Okay, that's your bundle. It Now there are different ways you could make the bundle. You can roll them and fold them, but this is one of the simplest, easiest ways to do it that I have seen other native peoples do, right? So there are some folks who will cut it in a circle and fold it up and have this okay. But if your intent is pure and the colors and everything that you use, and when the prayer that you say when you make the bundle, it's a satchel. But anyway, so that's basically how you make them. And different, prayer bundles are for different things, or you might make like 12. I'm just coming up with the number, but the number 12 seems to be important. So you make 12 prayer bundles, and you go out and you place a prayer bundle in a circle around you. Okay. Now, in this book and other books, they talk about making a sacred circle. All right. Let me talk about this for a minute, as part, because it is part of spirit medicine. There is the sacred circle that ain't a medicine wheel. Okay. And you could make it 50 foot in diameter, which would be one great big giant. But the the sacred circle I have done for my ceremonies. I didn't use cornmeal, all right, but I went around, you know, uh, several times, smudging and dancing and playing and and so forth. uh, at least three times around, coming in from the east and clockwise around, okay? And but then there have been times though, my Heoki is I've gone counterclockwise to smudge the circle for whatever reason or bless it. And so once you make the circle, and you can do it on the floor in your living room, okay? So, or you could make it outside, but once you consecrate it, once you make it the sacred circle, then you should always enter, exit in from the east, okay? Now, there are those folks who would say to the north, all right? I'm just saying, depends on which um, particular tribe that you are following, or either one of them's good as long as you honor it. Okay, if you want to come in from the north, okie dokie, but I don't know of anybody that comes in from the west or the south. It's either the east or the north. um just saying. But if you feel a need to come in from the west and you honor it, well, I can't necessarily say that you're wrong, but if you follow a particular tradition and you honor it correctly, then who's to say that coming in from the south or the west for you ain't it is the right way for you. It might be, okay? But it's the honoring of it, knowing and read up on it different places. The east is the sunrise, so that's the future. Watching the sun set is the past, and we can learn things from the past, our past, the elders' past, in our spirit walk and the medicine. So if you watch the sun rise, that in and of itself is a medicine. You're watching the sunrise. You're watching the future come in. So, and you're watching um, not just your future, but the future of whatever's coming. Okay. And, contemplating watching the sun go down. Now, there are some folks who like only focus on the sun going down. And I'm crossing traditions, but in the Chinese, for example, they say, we have a place up this plaza out here. It's not called that anymore, but when it was, there's this area out south of Moultrie, a little ways, where the country club is, and it's called Sunset. All right. There's a Bell Cuds and a store and everything. For a long time, it was called Sunset Plaza because across the street, literally, is the golf course and it's Sunset Golf Course, right? Country Club. Okay. That area, the neighborhood, Sunset. Well, Chinese was like, we never do good business here. And I was like, why that? Well, why you name something sunset? Sunset mean end of day, end of time, end of no beginnings. It's end. This place it ended as soon as they named it sunset. And I went, oh, so sunrise. Conversely, you have named it something positive. So the sunrise every morning, the sunrise ceremony, the sunrise versus sunset. Now there ain't nothing wrong with watching the sunset, not my point. But there are folks who would like only look at the past. They will only look at the sun going down versus to watch it rise, to bring in the new day, to bring in the new beginnings. You want help with the future? Go watch the sunrise instead of watching it set. Okay. You want to know what the elders thought about something? Watch the sunset and contemplate it. You know what future things and what the elders uh, talk about the brightness of our futures, of your own spiritual future, the brightness, the light, the sun coming up. Now, it's been cloudy here the last couple of days and cold and all, but you know what I mean, right? You're coming out of the darkness and into the light, into the future of the day. The ceremony for that is not worshiping the sun. It's the worshiping of the future of what's coming. Whatever might be coming today, I'm going to honor it and say, come on, we got this, right? So, in your own spirit medicine, you may need to watch the sunset. You may need to watch the sunrise. Okay. So, that could very simply, in and of that action, be part of your medicine, you see. All right. So, don't get just caught up in this or that because with the medicine wheel, certain days of the week or month, you might be over here and this might be up over there. Hey, Brandy, what's up? In different time, we'll do it. Don't recall doing so, but he insisted that I did. So here's one of so medicine bundle. All right. So very simple. Now, I went to a couple of retreats, okay, that were the Methodist Church actually sponsored them for the Native Americans within the Methodist Church, which I thought being a little weird, but especially with what all the Methodists did to all them folks. Okay, let me read this about the spirit bundle. A spirit bundle is made by achieving a connection with your spirit, by understanding the spirit medicines and bringing forth a symbol that connects to each of them. Spirit medicine within these teachings are confidence, balance, creativity, growth, truth, wisdom, and impeccability. I'm not quite sure where the impeccability is going with this, but follow along. These are spiritual medicines. The word medicine, words that treat the spirit. With confidence, they treat spirit. With balance, they treat self love. With creativity, they treat movement. With growth, they treat innocence. With truth, they treat loyalty. With wisdom, they treat prayer. And with impeccability, they treat worth. The spirit bundle will reinforce your connection with your spirit. To bring forth the knowledge of your spirit is to bring out your inner self. There are many different times when you might feel it necessary to have a spirit bundle, where you want to lift your spirits and clear away any sadness. When you are in the process of studying your spirit, when you feel the need to honor the spirit, when you understand and know the spirit better through symbols, when you need to converse with the spirit through symbols, for a naming, when in the process of sharing during a marriage. You may want the other one to see your spirits, or when you are in the process of preparing to drop your robe, which is to die in a physical death. Spirit bundles bring you joy, set your spirit in confidence, which is spirit medicine, and help you turn learn the lesson of patience. Building your spirit bundle is an empowering process. You keep your bundle inside a cloth that is the color of your spirit. To know the color of your cloth, sit in silence with your spirit and you will see a color. That's never worked for me. Okay. I'm just saying. I don't, maybe if it's the brain damage and all the head concussions, but there are times when I feel a color, but this, sit down, close your eyes, and this color will appear in your head. Ain't never happened. Now, other people can do this, okay? Now, at other times, I have seen colors, but for this particular lesson, there are folks that, and Brian and I talked about this. Love you, brother, out there. But in that, sometimes it just didn't, these particular things just didn't work, you know? And so we'd go, well, I don't know what I can color my spirit thing is because I can't visualize the color. It don't come to me. But I feel purplish today. So you might not see it, you might feel it. Maybe you could taste it like, I'm tasting plums or cherries, which could mean red, or lemons, which would mean yellow, or, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what red would taste like, but maybe a plum or a cherry, but purple plum, okay? Eat a prune, right? So there you go, and clean your system out, and you got your color purple there. But so the idea of seeing it in your mind's eye This person and other people can visualize this stuff like boom. You may not. So feel the color. What if I can't see it? Then what color do I feel like? Oh, maybe there's a green shirt you got. Maybe there's a purple pair of underwear or something that you comes to your mind or something, you know. So it may not be a color, maybe it's an object that's a certain color. All right? So just the color you come up with for your spirit is the color that your spirit is asking for, the one it needs to be treated with. There are folks that say, "What's your favorite color?" Well, over the many years of my lifetime, which is, I got to plug this, is 69 and a half. You know the joke, right? Yes, colors can help heal. But here's the thing, there are some folks who go, like, they meditated, and 10 years ago, the color was orange, okay? And now the color orange don't suit them, and they don't really feel orangey, you know, they feel more tan or white or gray or black or blue or green or anything but, you know, that color. So what I have noticed over the years that there are times when a spirit wants purple, and it might want it for a couple of days or a week or a month or maybe years. But then sometimes spirit is asking for red or green or brown. So just saying, some of the thing that in this that like you're going to meditate on a color, that's going to be the color forever and ever and ever and ever. After all these years of having this book and have tried these things, my answer to that is not necessarily. Okay. Sometimes as the spirit changes, the color changes. As you learn and understand different things and reach Lord have mercy, I hate, well, we're coming up on a 20 mark. What's ironic, Brandy? I'm trying to stay out of the chat. uh but here's the thing, reading back up, you know, and trying to walk the path correctly, there were times when, because I, you know, was relying solely on well, solely is a little, my when my medicine person guide came and stayed with me, he looked at me and said, "Where did you learn that shit? Who taught you that?" And I was like, "Creator, you know, through my meditations." And I looked at him and said, "Well, so how'd I do?" And he goes, "Remarkably accurate." Okay. So there were some things that I had like 99%, and I was shocked. I was like, "What?" And then there was some stuff that I kind of sort of got right, but in the ballpark and close, but not really the real pickle because there was a couple of little things left out. But for not having ever been taught personally up to that point on some of these things, he looked at me and he goes, "Man, you know you deserve a good grade because you're even you know you're more than just in the ballpark." And so, which is encouraging, right? But for many years, I was afraid of what I was doing because I didn't want to do it wrong. Okay. So, but I also learned in that learning for myself, and you know, I was still going to powwows and searching and talking. So it wasn't like I just, you know, no, I was still, you know, gathering information and and talking with other elders and so forth. But I didn't have a one-on-one, sure enough, with the medicine man for 6 months, right? Totally different, where we could l- really get down in the nitty gritty with particular um, ceremonies and the reasoning and the philosophy, and just not just do it this way, but why you do it this way and the reason you want to do it this way. Okay, so the nuances. But so we're coming up on a 20, right? 17. Yeah, I think I got some still left. And I've been at this for an hour and 30 minutes, so I deserve a short break. You deserve a break today. So the letter of the law in some of this stuff is that, so if you do something with honor and your intent is honorable, you may not have. There was a period of time when the only sage I could find was from the store, and it will work in a pinch, right? And now there are several places, a lot of places that carry sage that is like what, in little packages and things. So I mean, I think one of the local smoke shops sells sage in little packages. Very expensive, but they got it. So, I used to go to powwows all the time and would always buy it from local vendors to help them. And I was more assured of getting like a good quality sage, etc. So, should I smoke ceremony I lift when I lift spirit tree? I don't know what you're talking about, the spirit tree. Here's the thing. I used to go overboard. And I've talked about this in the past. Hey Tracy, how are you? That I was going overboard with ceremonies. And sometimes for me, because it seems like I'm in a perpetual ceremony sometimes. Like if for in a day for a day or two, I have smudged and done, and I've been really connected with spirit or something, that the need to sit down and do service out there, it's just like, here's a little tobacco, here's a pinch, here's some sage, and are you cheating? Not really. Did you go through a 20-minute ceremony with tobacco and this and no? But was your intent pure? Did you use tobacco? Yes. Intent pure? Yep. Um, did you smudge? Yeah. And so, but it wasn't, this and this and so just be careful in that anytime you want to honor something, ain't nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, don't think that every single thing you do has to have its own ceremony. You can do a grope. You can do a grope ceremony. If you're groping for stones. Ooh, be careful. Hey man, he trying to. He just reached out and grabbed my nads. He grabbed my not my right. Never mind. Time. Several things that come up for ceremonies, and this is important about the spirit medicine. Whatever you're using, as far as cloth or whatever, is supposed to be nothing but cotton. Okay. What if you can't find the color that you want in 100% cotton? I mean, what if this is like, you got to buy a brand new shirt and then cut it up? Okay, maybe there's something that's 50%, 50-50 in the right color that you want for something. Is that like a sin? Because I've talked with some folks about this, and some of these guys that were, I would say they're very serious minded spiritualists, but they were looking at stuff with practicality. Okay, like, hey man, we can go to the local Goodwill and go through clothes, but some of them are polyesters. Well, it's more about the color than what it's made out of, right? And so they were like, if we want our prayer sticks or whatever, or and I ain't got purple, but Uncle Johnny's got an old pair of, uh, half and halves, half latex or whatever, they use it. And I was talking with some folks, and then there are those who are so strict. They're like the orthodox of this, and that it can only be this. And then there are the folks who are like, look, if you got an old pair of underwear that's silk, you know, and you want to use it because they're purple, okay, um, then use it. Well, but it's not 100% cotton. No, it's silk, but you know, so there are folks who would try to go off on that deep end. And I noticed that for me, I was headed in that direction. It must be nothing but cotton. Well, it's a 70-30, Well, I don't know. It's got some synthetics in it. Yeah, okay. And I was talking with some folks one day and said, way back, right? 30 years ago. And I said, so I come out to these powwows, y'all are dancing and you've got feathers and this and beads and stuff. But here's the thing, you're in native costume, but you've got plastic beads on your chokers. You got plastic beads on your wristbands. You got plastic beads on your regalia. Yeah, well, and they say, so how do you, stay, quote, natural when there's all these plastic beads? And they go, because uh, they're convenient. And I went, hey, Mary, how are you? And I went, what? And they said, look, if they'd had plastic beads back in the day, they'd have used them. And so, and I'd asked this gentleman, this was a lady who was a beater. And no, she didn't beat people, but, anyway, never mind. Uh, I said, so here we are. Right over there are two traditional, honest to God teepees made out of canvas and this and, lodge poles and the whole 9 yards to show folk what a real teepee looks like, right? And then 10 feet away from it is a plastic tent that's a vendor tent with all this Native American stuff under it. They're selling beads, tomahawks, whatever, right? So I said, so how do you, have, here's tradition and here's a plastic. I've got one myself, the white tents with the poles, And so how do you know, how do you get away with this, right? You're traditionalists that look, listen here, Kemosabe. If they'd had plastic tents back in the day, we'd have used them. So my question also, and I said, so, you sell your products and things, and if someone wants a bag to put their stuff in, you have plastic bags. And they go, yeah, well, at least we recycle them from the store. But sure. And I said, so how can you reason that in? Because it's convenient. you know if we'd have had them back in the day, They'd have used plastic bags. I mean, it was like, so they utilized anything and everything that they found was the whole point of this. If we'd have had it back then, we'd have figured out how to use it. And so it's like, okay. So there are the orthodox in natives in that it must be done this way. You always got to be facing this way. And then there are those who say, listen, any prayer is a good prayer. Any time that you give honor to your own spirit and to the great spirit and to, you know, whether you have tobacco or sage or not, your words, your thoughts carry that. You, for me, and I learned this myself, that I remember back to the last time I did a big ceremony with lots of sage and, and all this stuff. And I go, so I'm kind of drawing on previous ceremonies and the honor that I gave then. So if I can't do it because it's raining outside, can't do a fire, I ain't got, so I'm going to do my inside ceremony, full moon ceremony with a fire and a thing and dancing and drum and the whole thing, right? In my head, in my heart, because I'm going to replay those ceremonies that I have been a part of and where I was, it was my debut, okay, as the leader of the drum, as the leader of the circle, okay, as my my coming out party, if you will, as a shaman and medicine man in that respect. So versus being the participant and helper, the medicine man was the helper, um, where I was doing the smudging and the prayer and everything. So I can go back to that because it was such a strong emotion for me, and to have had made such a difference for my first time out doing a full moon ceremony for different things, and those emotions are almost like it happened just the other day. So for me, I can draw upon previous experience as y'all can. If you can't do the ceremony, is my point. So if you don't have tobacco and sage and everything, but you've done it before and you can close your eyes and you can kind of smell the sage and you know what the tobacco's like, then in with your third eye, mind closed, you're still in the ceremony. Okay. So you draw upon that. And then the next time you might do a little more tobacco or whatever, or this is for future events when I run out of sage or something. But, it was interesting years ago. I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do when I run out of sage? And it was like, go to the store and get some in the can. But it's not the right kind. Yeah, but it's close. Well, then I learned, well, yeah, but you can use sweetgrass. Well, yeah, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a mix of sweetgrass or this or that. And you can find stuff that is local in your. Oh, so you don't have to, you can smudge wood juniper or other things. What? So the rules are flexible if you allow it. And sometimes your spirit guide may say, listen, if you wear another red shirt in the next 6 months, I'm going to kick your ass. Stay away. I'm tired of red. For whatever reason you think you need to wear red all the time for me, cut it out, and you might wake up in the middle of the night going, what the hell's going on? Don't wear red. What the hell? Just saying. So the spirit medicine, anything that's good for your soul, for your spirit, is good medicine, right? What does the medicine mean? Do you have to take a pill? No. The medicine is for your spiritual well-being. Any lesson in life is considered. So, example, if you were given it, if you see green, then you need to treat your spirit with growth. You need to let your spirit come out to expand, for it needs to bring forth its innocence. In the bundle, you place things that are of your spirit. You'll do this by walking your daily life and connecting with things that feel comfortable. For instance, let's say that a red rose is very comfortable and feels very familiar. Then place a red rose in your bundle. Or say you go to the ocean and walk along the shore. It may feel very comfortable to pick up ocean shells and rocks. Is that like seashells? Then place these in your bundle. These things bring you a feeling of connectedness, of knowing that you are a part of something larger, that your spirit is speaking to you. Or you may walk among the pines in the woods, and an oak tree may speak to you by giving you an acorn. Or a pine may speak to you by giving you a pine cone or some pine needles. If you feel that these things are a part of your spirit, put them in your spirit bundle. Now, I will say this spirit bundle. One size does not fit all. Well, 10 years ago, your spirit said orange, and it says if you go near anything orange again, I'm going to smash your toenails in. So what is good for now may not be good for tomorrow. Usually it is, but it may be that, you know, the colors or there are short term totems that come into your life. Well, I saw a raccoon the other day. Hadn't seen raccoons in freaking years, but raccoon came in. So the raccoon came in, it's a part time totem. Yeah, recognize it. Keep an eye on it. But does it mean that you are going to change your totem now to the raccoon because you saw one? Or maybe over a period of a week you saw two or three? Oh my God. Oh my God. No, pay attention. Yes, but no, it doesn't mean that your totem has changed. It means that another animal spirit totem has come into your life for whatever reason, and but for me, I'm still Hawkeye, right? But lots of animals come in and out all the time. So understand that. Be comfortable in your totem, but allow yourself to be affected by other animals and what their totem can mean to you. Okay. So same thing with the spirit bundle. So you might make a spirit bundle that has this, and this in it, but in 2 weeks you might make a whole new bundle. Or there are some folks who will undo the bundle and take things out or add things or whatever. It depends on you. Because guess what? It's your spirit got a bundle. Now, in my medicine bag, I had so much shit in my medicine bag at one time. This big medicine bag. It's still hanging somewhere over there. Big thing. It weighed 40 pounds. There were rocks and boulders and things. There were, oh my God, all the stuff that was in my medicine bag that hung around my neck. And I was like, started getting drooping while around. Hi, everybody. And it was like, medicine bag's getting a little heavy. Blonk, hit it on the table. But to the point, though, so it was like, wait a minute. So I have things in my medicine bag that really like to stay there every time. And then sometimes it's like, well, okay, this rock comes out, this crystal comes out, this whatever comes out. And uh, over here upstairs in the window, I got a bunch of crystals, and I hear something calling from up there, and I go, well, let me go up there, look around, I go, ooh, there's this little one, and it wants to go in my medicine bag. It tells me it wants to go for a ride. So, okie dokie, you go in my medicine bag. This all sounds crazy. And to most people, it is. Example of old age uses when tin can trash from white man came. The can made great arrowheads. Actually, they don't make great arrowheads. They really don't. They really don't. Tin cans made better ornaments. than arrows. Old Crow Medicine Show. That was a band, wasn't it? Okay, so on with the spirit bundles. This is all important. A spirit bundle is to be used in memory of the self, of the spirit self. You can place it in the center of your medicine wheel. You can keep it in your home in a sacred place. We call that an altar. Keep the bundle fresh and alive by putting sweet grass and fresh sage inside it. The full moon is the time to freshen or add new herbs to your bundle. When you open your bundle, always burn sweet grass or sage. Put the bundle through the smoke 4 times to honor what is inside. You may feel you want to close your bundle at times. You may feel you want to close your bundle at times when you need to close down your spirit. That may be at a time when you go into grief or into a place that is separated from the light. You would then close your bundle and pack it away in a safe place. You would reopen the bundle when you are ready to listen and honor your spirit. Now, what she was talking about, and I've kind of skipped around slightly, but to place your bundle on an altar. Now, I'm not really too much like for the altar thing, but if you got a shelf or something that is a sacred place that you can keep or whatever, um, so setting up an altar. To set up a personal altar, place, here we go, 100% cotton cloth on a table or on the floor. Now, for me, it'd be over on a shelf somewhere so you don't walk on it anyway. Use votive candles, put a couple there. Uh, Keep on your altar a white candle to represent Great Spirit, a small bowl of water to represent cleansing at the full moon. Spill the water out onto the earth and refill the bowl. A bowl of cornmeal to feed the earth, a saucer of fresh dirt to honor the earth. So you basically just got a little bit of dirt and some cornmeal and, and a candle and, it ain't much. And, but you place your spirit bundle on the altar. And if you were by yourself, like I guess I could, but something would come along and screw with it. So I would just keep my spirit bundle in a particular place. An altar per se, I think I grew up Catholic too much in that I'm just not into altars. Okay. Special place, windowsill, anything can be an altar, if quote, that's what uh you're using it for. So for me, I was taught that the spirit blanket was the altar, okay, versus an altar per se. In that, yes, there's a special shelf where you keep stuff, okie doke. But then as far as altars go, your blanket, your blanket that's your altar, and you set this up on this section of the blanket and over here on this quarter and over here, and this is set here, and now you may have something else that is another piece of cloth that is your altar cloth, if you will. It's just your spirit cloth, whatever it is. All right, whether it's your color or whatever, and then maybe what you feel at the time, and you lay it down on the blanket, which is quote the altar. Different tribes, different methods, different things. Okay. Just keep that in mind. I always like the blanket. Strawberry fields forever. Living is easy with eyes closed. Misunderstanding all you see. And it all works out It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields where nothing is real and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever to your kindred spirit. Living is easy with eyes closed, misunderstanding all you see. The next little verse, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me. So all together now. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to. All right. Small break time. Going to have a cigarette. Now, I've only gotten to a couple of chapters here in the book on this uh, spirit medicine, but to get grasp what's going on here in the beginning of this book and the beginning of this discussion, that as I've been reading, hopefully you can understand that there are a lot of things that can be, quote, good for the soul, medicine for the soul. You know, if a song brings joy to your heart, then sing it. You know, that's good medicine. So if going and sitting and feeding the ducks in the evening, it makes you feel good, that's good medicine. Going outside and looking up at the stars for 10 minutes in the evening or whatever, and maybe smoking a cigarette or a doobie, and that gives you joy and pleasure, and that's good medicine. All of those things are good medicine. Okay. And it's during those times of when you feel close to the earth, or it's been a hectic day, and for whatever reason, it just feels like there's been some kind of relief, and you go, ah, wow, everything might not be all resolved, but the day's over with, right? The craziness, and you've made it, and that's a spiritual, that's good medicine, right? That you made it through whatever difficulty that it was, hard day at work, giving a presentation, uh, talking to out of town engineers, who are, who are so full of themselves they don't know how to fix their own machines they designed, to whatever it is, right? So, the next thing up with spirit medicine, I want to keep this going. It's been 2 hours. It's 2:14 in the morning. Is that right? Is that what it says? No, 2:44. Um, one of the next subjects. Guess what? Now I didn't plan this, but is the medicine blanket. Okay, so and that's what I was just talking about as far as an altar is concerned. So medicine blanket, altar thing. So depending on the tribe or the teachings, will demand certain requirements. I guess you could say. So, but for me, having been in the Catholics and altars and stuff, I just don't like the word. Okay. Here's a little bench where I put all my stuff on. You know. So, since I talked about medicine blankets just a minute ago, I think it's only fair, after 2 hours. I don't know how long I'm going to do this since I got interrupted earlier, but your medicine blanket is used to bring your physical connection to the spirit, like a magic carpet ride. Why don't you come with me, little girl, on a magic carpet ride? Well, you don't know when. Anyway, it provides safety and protection. I would Absolutely, with the safety and protection, absolutely. Medicine blanket, you do it right. Yep. Because there was some really evil, wicked, mean, and nasty. Don't step on the grass, Sam. All you're through with your fair country. Don't be such an ass, Sam. Sorry. um, your blanket provides safety and protection through comfort within its array of colors and texture. It is recommended that it be handmade of any cloth of 100% cotton or wool. To care for the best blanket, honor in every full moon by rubbing in the seven sacred disciplines, which are earth, water, ashes, sage, tobacco, sweet grass, and cedar. Your medicine blanket. Now, here's the thing: if you can't get all this stuff, sometimes taking your blanket out, putting it on the ground and you do a ceremony with the sage or sweetgrass with your blanket. That is honoring the blanket when you use it in a ceremony. So, and if you can't get all the cedar and everything, don't fret. Do the best you can. Give it honor. That's the important thing. Your medicine blanket is to be used in ceremonial work as a shield of safety. You can also use it to make a study bundle in which you carry your drum, your rattle, notebook, and things like that to class. I have done that with a blanket, and you can use it. You kind of fold it up in a little way and you can tie it with a leather that you actually can kind of sort of make a carpet bag out of it, of a suitcase kind of thing. You can use it at home on your bed or take it with you at all times, even when you're traveling. Put it around your shoulder in the car, the train, or on a plane, or going to a hospital. So you basically bless the four corners instead of it being a circle. It's a blanket, and but on that blanket and it depends that you lay out your tools. For example, my flute, my drum would go over here, and these things like I don't know, whatever else I might have would go on the left hand side, and this would go on the right. Um, which one? Nature Heals went to summer. There was the coolest tree right behind it. Lady thought it was spooky. I thought it may have a message. Yeah. On a magic carpet ride, she's a rainbow. She's got colors in her hair. Flowers everywhere. I know the flower girl. That song? How about that one? That's an oldie goldie. Blew my mind. Suddenly the sun broke through. And then I knew she could make me happy, happy, happy. Yeah, you can use salt too. Do you mean for protection, Brandy, as far as salt? Yeah, that's an oldie goldie on that one. But as far as your ceremony and everything with the blanket, it makes it really convenient because if you always use the same blanket, now for me, I have put it on the bed kind of thing, but to honor it is like, no, I ain't gonna just put my blanket anywhere because I really want it to be just special. Now I've got several Indian blankets that are all like my special medicine blankets in it just because they're my Indian blankets, but my medicine blanket was not necessarily mixed up. Did I take it other places and all that? Yes. But did I just toss it around and you? Nah, because it's a sacred blanket. It's my medicine blanket, you know? So, anyway, so some of the things that are said in here, I'm like, you can notice that I'm, pointing out those spots where maybe, it's not bad, but I would disagree with using it everywhere because it's supposed to be sacred medicine blanket. You know what I mean? So it's like to just put it around you and carry it around here and there in the house. Nah. Now, oh, I skipped a spot. Making prayer ties. Um, Now this says cloth or colored paper. Copper, right? Yeah. Lying on the pavement with a misery on his brain, stoned on some old potion he found along the wall in some unholy bathroom in some ungodly hall. He only had $1 to live on till next Monday, but he spent it on a one-way ticket for his mind. And you say you think he's blind. I think the name of the song was Snowblind Friend. Anyway, so in doing the prayer bundles, there's different things um, that you're trying to understand about yourself, and um, through these different ceremonies, if you see a plant, for example, what kind of plant is it? If you see a color, what kind of uh, you lined your when I even put it under my fitted sheet. Really? That's interesting. I would around the floor underneath it maybe, but under the sheets kind of thing. Um, Brandy, do you know about black tourmaline? Black tourmaline is a very good protector. I got it all over my house. There's a piece right down here. I have showed this before. Mm, Damn, it's a little heavy little rock. Now, I literally mined this out of a quarry um, in North Georgia. Now, you see that big long piece of black right there? That's tourmaline. And this is like in a quartz matrix. And there's another piece of tourmaline right there. And then this long piece right there. And it's very brittle. And making any kind of uh, jewelry with it is like impossible. But in a matrix like this, especially with quartz, and there are different lines of the crystal in here, it's a very good protector. If somebody sells you a polished stone of black tourmaline, I would be very, very wary. Why? Simply because, guess what? It's very difficult from people who tumble rocks and polish and everything. The black tourmaline is very, very brittle. In other words, anytime you try to work with it, it's going to break, bust, or shatter. So there are striations in the tourmaline. And if you give somebody was like, "Well, here's some black tourmaline," I said, "No, it ain't." "Well, yeah, it is." And I said, "No, it ain't." And they said, like, "Well, how can you tell?" And I said, "Because you can't polish black tourmaline. It simply won't do it. It'll crumble. It'll come apart. So you must get tourmaline with the striations in it that run down the crystal. Okay. You want that. You don't want a polished stone. If it's polished, I would be very wary that it's tourmaline. Very wary. Now, the acknowledging your memories. Um, so you can do a medicine circle. The smoke from the sage around you offers sage to the Creator, to Earth Mother, to the four directions, which you should like always do, and move the smoke over your head, past your heart, and all around you to remove any negative vibrations. Now, here's the thing: you should do the four corners. This one doesn't say it. You should do the four corners. All right. Then you should do the up and the down and to the self, to the heart. This says just go all around. But what I was taught, what as a medicine man, to give up and the down for total, complete protection and honor, up, down, and to the inside, us. So, in centering what you do, you center yourself by sitting in a position that you have learned using any breathing method that you have learned. Now, I've talked about this technique of you draw in for the count of four, hold for the count of two or three or four. Usually it's an even number. And then you breathe out to the count of six. That will slow your heart down and regulate yourself and will get you in a good mood. In the path, we're going to on what is known as a guided journey. It is called a shamanic journey. You close your eyes, relax, and take a deep breath in and out a few times, like it just kind of sort of said. To find your path, you need to use your imagination. It will feel at first as if you're making things up. Remember, everything that we do, everything that we have, and everything that we are comes through the process of making it up. Making it up as a thought, it is thinking it forth. You are going to think forth a path in your mind. You will start to see this path very calmly, clearly. It can be by the ocean, through the woods, in the mountains. The path is there. Your thought is very clear and you follow the path. Now I'm going to say this again. Sometimes this doesn't work for everybody. Okay. So what is my path? Sometimes in all of this other stuff, and you're trying to make it up and things. No, for me and other people that I have meditated with and discussed with over the years, this, um, making it up is just that's a false statement. The path is there, though. Your thought is very clear. Allow yourself to hear sounds, smell the smells, and feel the feelings. That's all true. As if you were physically walking on a path. That's true. You are spiritually walking on the path. Now, if you're in a meditative state and you're meditating and so forth, then that would be true. Now, to visualize, it could be like I've got, well, I used to have a lot of paths in my backyard, but so a path could be, a trail through a woods. It could be a walkway through the park. The path could be something that you've not ever seen before. And in that, you have to allow your imagination because sometimes through your imagination, you will see this path and you'll go, I don't, God Almighty, it looks like I'm in the land of Oz. Well, you may be in some respects. The path might be the yellow brick road. And maybe at the moment you might be feeling a little like Dorothy and where the hell is Kansas, right? Where's Toto, right? So, but anyway, but this idea that it is important that you allow your, with your mind as clear as possible, to smell, hear the sounds of where your path begins. Now, here's something that I question about this. Sometimes your path ain't got nothing to do with this, not at first. So if you're seeking this path, it may be that you need something else. All right. Your path may be to require you to go to a powwow and dance an intertribal dance, whereas this person has already been there. Okay. So your path, where all this is, oh, you see your path clearly and everything, for someone who's already begun, started, and it is a Native American with grandmothers and grandfathers who are elders, that's different than you and me. For folks who've never been to a powwow, for someone who's never heard the drum, for someone who's never understood certain basic things that most Native Americans just are born with, right? So, your path, though, is the accumulation of knowledge, right? So, you may not have as much knowledge as this person does when they're doing their search for their path. You follow me? Your search may look totally different, is looking totally different, right? Robert Volek, Robert V. Um, he's learning things through horses because he loves horses and so forth about the Native Americans and history and stuff, right? So that is his spiritual path, and it includes horses and it includes these other things. When me and you might not have the horse connection, you follow me? So honoring your memories, and it says, when you have centered, take your path to the upper, middle, or lower world. You will see a vision from that world. Now, if you've never done this before, then this seems like, what the hell are you talking about? When you have centered yourself, take your path to the upper, middle, or the lower world. You will see a vision from that world. This is remembering. When you are in the upper world, you are in a space of being taught. You will have memories of where you have been as a spirit. Teachers, guides, angels, and celestial beings in the upper world will come to guide you. It's from the upper world that your faith is given to you. Now, here's an interesting statement. It is from the upper world that your faith is given to you. It is there that your teachers will speak to you. I absolutely agree with this. You may speak to ancestors and to the dead who wish to communicate from both the upper and lower worlds. When you are honoring memories, you are letting words be spoken to you. I can hear them in my head. It is disrespectful to stifle the memories. I would agree with this also. Try to block them, try to not pay attention to them, and you will get your butt kicked. It is disrespectful to stifle memories. It is disrespectful to disregard the spirit worlds. Spirit world is memory, for it reaches the voices of your ancestors, not necessarily mine, but yours. You are in now in reality, so the voice of your ancestor elders, the voice of your angels, the celestial beings. They speak to you from memory. I would agree with that about things from your past, but they will speak to you in the now. Okay. It's not just past. Okay. When you walk in reality, you are remembering the life of the ancestors who have walked before you. You are remembering the ways of your elder ancestors and of the energy from which you resonate. You are always in your daily walk a living memory. So honor the memory by giving thanks every day. I'm going to read this part again. When you walk in reality, you are remembering the life of the ancestors who have walked before you. You are remembering your elder ancestors, and it may be that you were an elder, and of the energies from which you resonate. So when you're thinking about elder things and stuff, and you go, wow, that's just really cool. There's a resonating, there's a knowing, there's a something in there, right? And it may be outlandish, but for you, it's real. You are always, you are always in your daily walk living a memory. So honor the memory by giving thanks. Now, what is the memory? Well, your memory every day on your daily walk, the memory for me is like walking in the woods and remembering the trees and remembering the smell of the nature and remembering, how much I love nature and remembering that, it's wintertime and it's cold and it looks different. The memory, right, of the elders, but in the teachings of that, for me being here 40 years on this place, the memory of what it looked like when there weren't any trees, the memory of what it looked like after the loggers got done and how it looked like a bombed out place in the back and how I never thought it would recover. And now there's this beautiful forest and everything, so for me, there is the remembering of the old times and there's remembering back when I first got this place and what it looked like, and and I never dreamed it would look like it is like it does now. So then there's that. So my memories and what being here and the elders have taught me watching these forests grow. Okay. So to honor your walk just means that everything that you've done up to this point is even the bad crap that's happened to us. We've learned from it one way or the other. We've learned how to, for me, I've learned how to deal with grief better. I've learned how to deal with this better. And so, I honor my grandmother, my Granny Raleigh, who I've always talked about, Miss Mary, and how much of a gracious soul she was. And I think still is. But while I knew her in this lifetime, there was such this spiritualness. So for every day that I walk, Granny's walking with me because she taught me things. She learned me stuff, that were simple. So in honoring the memories, it's just included in my daily prayers. Like when I say at the end of my videos that I pray for each and every one of you daily, I really mean that. My list of names goes down like a Rolodex file in my head, and I say my prayer. Me and Duggar go for our walks, and 9 minutes. Okay, Alex, I might have to re-up, and this is going longer than I thought. But anyway, I do think it's important. And so when you first start out, for me, I would list this person and this person and this and that and this and that. And now, over my many years, I go, remember all the names I named yesterday? All of them and a couple more, you know. So instead of listing every single name every single time, like, naming all the saints or something, when I was a Catholic, it was like, what? Hey, all you saints, I called out your names yesterday. I mean, you guys, you still listening? Okay, this one's for you. Now, that may sound a little rude or creepy or dishonorable or disrespectful, but it's not because um, I I asked about this back when I was a Catholic on how monks can like pray all day. How do you do this? And I get it now. It's taken me a bunch of years, but I get it now. The prayers just reside within you all the time. My prayer for peace, it's always there. My prayer for folks to learn and to understand the wisdom, that prayer is always there. So I don't have to repeat it word for word for word for word every single time, right? Because the universe, me, my spirit guides, we know what that prayer is. In so many ways, I'm trying to live that prayer, right? So I don't need to repeat it. I just live it every day. I do the best I can. I send out good energy. All of you and other folks are included in it. So do I need to repeat word for word for word? The answer is no. Okay. Uh, is this making sense to y'all? Now, to the author of this book, God love her and what she's done, but I'm trying to point out there's some really good stuff in here and is really important on any kind of level. But some of the ways certain people go about certain things may not fit each and every one of us. Okay, but there is really good information in it. You know what I mean? Accept the voice of your memory. We got 7 minutes. Now, I would say, in where this person is talking about memory, I'm part of this is like my memory, and a lot of this is my spirit guide up there that's like hanging out at the moment and helping me to see through some of this stuff and like see that's good. Read that part. This one over here, So my spirit guide's up there helping at the moment, right? So um accept the voice of your memory. Well, need my memory forward and back. I say he. Accept it for what it is. When you look at the word bad or wrong, the memory may be hard to accept. Look at the memory for what it is. See it as it happened. For example, take a car accident. I'd rather not, but um, see it as it is. One car pulling into another. Make it no more than that and no less. Then the memory can become what it is. In accepting the voice of your memory, never take memories personally. This is an interesting statement. The memories are speaking their truth to you in a picture that you will remember and understand in your life now. See them for what they are. Now, I would say memories, okay, up to this point. So I had a really bad car accident. I've been in a couple of very bad car accidents that were not my fault, okay? So to repeat them, the memories, will sometimes bring pain, misery, and heartache. So, and I've talked about this before in that we need to become the observer in with our own emotions. So our own memories, I can talk about the priest and everything without getting as livid, upset, crying, and emotional as I used to, because I have taken the emotions out of the memory. Okay. As the observer, which I would agree, and what this person's talking about is the memory, it is a memory. So, in playing the memory back, I don't want the emotions with it because that can trigger me into depression or something, Don't want to go there. But I don't want to lose the lesson of what the incident did. So we don't want to forget it, but we do want to get rid of the emotions tied to the memory. Okay. That's an absolute. So we can honor the memory, good or bad or whatever it is, by simply not becoming emotional and say, I made it through that car accident. I made it through this. I'm still here, whatever it was. There was a lot of pain. There was a lot of heartache. I lost my job. I lost, but I'm still here and I'm going to honor that memory for all of the bad things that may have happened to me. In that the lesson is I made it through all of those hardships and I'm still here. I'm still kicking, right? So that's a blessing, as weird as it sounds. But hey, did I learn a lot from all the pain and misery? You betcha. And when those people are out there now talking about how hard times are right now, I'm just like, come on. You know, now there are folks who have had a really hard, bad time. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not trying to fluff that off. But there are some folks who just like, you know, and for those old timers, let's see who remembers this. You know, when some of these young whippersnappers can't get their Mapo, I want my Mapo. Okay, who remembers that? Raise your hand. But if it's Mapo and they ain't getting theirs, then they're going to be cranky, and they're not going to understand. They're not going to, So if they're just going to sit and whine about their, wanting their Mapo, um, 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm getting my. Ooh, I got 1 minute here. There's a lag. So regardless of the lag, let's send our whatever prayer that you wish for. And for right now, and being in this frame of mind with the spirit medicine and so forth, my prayer is like I light up is that not just you all, but all y'all, cereal commercial, absolutely, way back in the 50s. Yep, Mapo. It was sort of like cream of wheat or something like that. But anyway, so with my lighting of this bowl, with my prayer, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and that your spirit journey will come to you. So, my prayer from my sacred plastic pipe. Oh, God. My guy's up there going, "What?" Looking at going, "What did you just say?" Cereal. Yep. We might have to call it quits here because it's 3:20 in the morning time, and I had that. I'm I'm so very sorry that for those of you who came in earlier, and I had to leave and come back and all that. I'm really sorry about that, but thank you for coming back for part two. I did feel that this, with understanding about trying to do the medicine wheel, that we should talk about spirit. Easy for you to say. Um, that if you're doing a medicine wheel, that's great. But if you don't know of the spirit medicine and what each of the points on the wheel can and will and do represent, then how are you going to get the medicine from it if we ain't talked about spirit medicine to begin with? So what good's the wheel? You know what I mean? It's like putting the cart before the horse thingy. It's like, here, let's talk about how to build a jet airplane. What what is what is flying? We haven't discussed flight yet, but we're going to build a jet airplane. Okay, you in? Yeah, me too. All right. So, does anybody know how to fly this some bitch? No, but we're going to build it anyway. So, the medicine wheel would be like that. You're going to build a medicine wheel without having to know how to pilot the thing, right? So, the spirit medicine discussions, along with learning how to build the medicine wheel, then it's how to use it. So all of this is tied into, guess what? Spirit medicine. If you, in your, ooh, that was a good one, right? I'm reading what Alex said there. Awesome prayer, Hawkeye. Thank you. Here's the thing, though. So during the day, as I'm walking around, and I might be sitting here doing a bowl, or out me and Duggar's off in the woods or something, we're doing something. I just have to think my prayer. I don't have to say it. I'm saying my prayer to all them folks out there. So my brain knows what the prayer is. My spirit guides already know what the prayer is. Do I have to say it out loud? Now there are times when I do. But as far as in my daily routine, I can just think prayer to the group, prayer to the soul tribe. My prayer is all of this if I were to say it out verbally. Now, would that be a good thing? Yeah. But my point is it necessary every time to send a prayer out to say it all the way out to everybody? The answer is no, because you already know who these people are. Your brain already knows. The universe already knows. So it's sort of like, you know, it's stuck in a in a random access memory, right? And so it's like, but it's stuck over there. And that prayer, the whole thing is always there, right? It's in this little group of digits, right? And you go, I want that prayer. And so when you go for that prayer, it plays automatically to the universe. Oh, we're playing this one. Yep, thank you. So it sounds like a shortcut, but it's not. What it is realizing that I've said the prayer so many times, my brain knows all the words in the thingy. And so all I got to do is go the prayer, you know, do the Hawkeye prayer or whatever, right? And so my brain goes right to it. And so I can keep driving, or well, I haven't been driving lately, but I can be walking, working, or whatever. And the prayer is running in my subconscious because I said the prayer, right? Okay, time for the prayer. Boom, it goes off and running. So when you realize this, now there are times when I sit and stop and do the prayer, okay? But what I learned from the monks and from myself is that the prayer is always there. So because I wish it to always be there, therefore it is. So I don't have to think about the prayer all the time. I think about it during the day and I refresh the memory, okay? But it's already recording, so it goes out again. It's like, hey, we're gonna, Hawkeye's doing the prayer again, and there it is. And so if somebody said, between you, um, good prayer, Hawkeye. So Alex, from now on, if somebody said Hawkeye's prayer, You don't have to hear the whole thing in your head to know what prayer is. It's Hawkeye's prayer. And here I am making, creating, this is my prayer, but it is. And I made it up through my spirit guide. So Hawkeye's prayer is this. And it's more or less the same format every time. There's sometimes when I'm, drunk with weed and, 5 hours or 6 hours, and I was slurring a lot, but that my intent, the prayer is always there from here, right? And from here. So if you want to say the prayer every time, it could be your prayer. It's Barry's prayer, you know. It's Michelle's prayer. It's Ganja's prayer, A lot of us pray for Ganjas, right? But anyway, but with that said, though, so what we do in our intent, especially when I am absolutely positively sincere about my intent every time, repeating it every time, several times through the day, the whole thing, when I'm doing other stuff, the universe knows it, you know? So here's a prayer for my soul tribe friends. And it might be that somebody sticks out. And like Ganja, like I wonder how Alex is doing, or I wonder how such and such is doing, but prayers to the soul tribe. And so that includes everybody, right? And so do I have to name everybody every time? No, because it's all the members of the soul tribe. Everybody's already included. So this prayer years ago, how do you keep the prayer? How can you pray all day for people? I get it now. I get it. Um, Simply with your intent. Now, there are times when I will verbally or mentally say a prayer, but the general intent of Hawkeye's prayer, if you will, is always there. My prayer, Hawkeye's prayer to all y'all, is always present for me. So, are there other stuff? Yeah. Do I cut in and maybe read something or maybe even do, a Christian prayer or something? Yeah. But Hawkeye's prayer, no matter what, is always present because of my own personal intentions, my own personal monkitude, it being a monk, okay? The hermit, I like the idea of being a hermit better, but so can you pray for peace all day long? Yeah. Do you have to stop and think about it all day long? No, because the intent is in the back of your head, always there, always playing, always working. All you got to do is just give it a little. Yep, I'm still saying my prayer, and go on with your day. Oh, yep. 2 hours later to go. Yep, I'm still saying the prayer, and keep on going. That's all you got to do is just remember it for a brief moment. Yep, I'm still praying, and off you go. So, versus Hail Mary, full of grace, all day long, repeating the same thing over and over and over. There is there is power in repeating the same things over and over and over again. But as far as your daily prayer, can you pray for folks all day long without it distracting you or anything? The answer is yes. But you have to believe it. You have to accept it. You have to know that your spirit is connected. And so the journey for each and every one of us is how we fine tune our journey. Well, I don't really want to go over there because there's a big ass pile of bramble bushes, and I've been picking out, bramble stickers out of my fingers. And you know what I mean? If you get around any kind of blackberries or something, you get little stickers under your skin. But I had one right there at my thumb. Son of a gun, that thing hurt. Wake me up in the middle of the night. There's this tiny little piece of, blackberry bush. Ooh, mean, nasty, right? Do not take it lightly, right? But so um, in the spiritual realm of things, there are folks. Let me put it to you this way. I know I talk about myself, but there was a period of time when I was getting my feet wet with a real medicine man and real deal, not just kind of fooling around. But during that fooling around period, I realized that because I worked with a medicine man, that I was like 95% right in a lot of this stuff. Some things in the, upper 70s, lower 80s, close, but, just a little. So having had that confirmed within myself and for myself was by a true shaman, trained shaman, okay, went to school, went to classes, went to, did it, versus me learning from the spirit. And of course, I learned through different methods, this book, other books, and, the medicine wheel book. I mean, lots of books I have here in my house. So it wasn't like I just dreamed it up, but I read these books and then I said, okay, creator, all right, spirit, what's for me? And through my journey, then, has been to pick up this book and read a thing about how some memories or something. So that was my lesson for the day. And it may come out from a different book, it may come from something else, but the path is always open to awareness. I'll just pick up something and read it and go, now I would have never looked at this before. But for some reason, you know, Spirit asked me, to look at this article or something. And there's a big ass lesson in there, right? So we have to keep our hearts and minds open. If you haven't learned to trust your spirit guide, please, you gotta practice. And I would say that most folks that come in here to listen probably could do it if you're not already doing it. But if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't trust yourself, if you don't trust your own memories, if you don't trust your own dreams. So when you trust your memories, it may be your spirit guide that's giving you the information. And if you ain't trusting it, if you disregard it, eh, you know, so much for your spirit growth, right? So, and for those of you know about Dante and everything, you know, believe. Whether you believe in Dante or not, believe those core values that you know are true and that you know that you're just going to die with. Nobody's going to change your mind about it. And there are simple things, but you just know in your heart it's right. Uh, sorry, it's just right. And other people will argue with you or whatever, but in your heart, you know it's right. Now, one could argue that Jeffrey Dahmer was right. Okay. So we have to be careful with people who say, well, I've meditated on this. I spoke to God and God said I should do this and everybody should follow this. And, it, I try my best to not say that. Like, in other words, this is how I did it. This is how other people have done it. You find your way. It's there, you know, and it's not necessarily a hard search, because one of the things in the hardness of the search is to open up your heart and learn to be patient. Well, I really want to learn this. Okay, then shut up and listen. But I really want to learn this. All right, calm down. Well, I think there's magic. Okay. And I'm so glad you're enthusiastic, but would you just put your little piddle self down and shut that up for a minute and just hold still? But I know, I love you. Sit the still. But I'm so, All right, grasshopper, shut them boom mouth. Put a foot in it. Uh, you're not going to learn anything if all you're doing is chatting. All I want to learn. I'm so good. But so what did you learn out of this session? Well, I don't know, because you kept asking questions all the damn time. Well, you have to learn, but you ask the question, and there are folks, for in the card readings, there is for every question asked, the answer already exists in the great mystery, right? It's already there. And if you had enough something to ask the question, then it's very possible that you yourself already know at least part of the answer, but are afraid to accept it or go along with it or stuff like that. So, right? So, in this spirit medicine, all of these little tricks and things are important. But if you don't trust your own spirit, and I'm not like when the person said, "Oh, it's use your imagination." Don't use your imagination, please. Allow your brain to keep its imagination open, but to dream up this path that you're going on. Yeah, because if you're imagining something, that's not the reality. So if you're looking for your spirit path, you don't imagine what it looks like with bells and whistles and glitter and tinsel. No, you ask spirit to just show it to you. Well, I don't know if that's what it looks like. Okay, be patient. So ask the very simple question, what does my spirit path look like? And here's the thing, it could lead you over here into Buddhism. It could lead you over here into, something else. It could lead you up here. It could lead you down over here. Your spirit journey may not just be this simple walk down this dirt road with a backpack on and some water, right? And it might, you might be darting back through the city. Wait, thought I was going to learn my spirit path, but you want me to go to the city? There's lessons there. Well, why would you want me to go to the city? And why do you want me to hang out there? Not necessarily, but why am I going where all these people are? Ain't I supposed to be going, out in the woods or out in nature? It's like, yeah, quiet. You know why you're going to the city? You know why you're being led to be around a lot of people? Because you need to learn your patience. You need to put your patience into practice. You need to be able to still yourself amongst a million people. That's the lesson. Oh my God, I'm being thrown in with the wolves. Yeah, so you can sit down and play with the wolves. You can learn the wolves can be your friend. Now, not necessarily in New York City kind of wolves, but in nature. But even when I was in jail, the wolves, that wanted to whip my ass and do other things to my ass, and I never had either of those issues because I learned to negotiate. I learned to set my bounds, put it in such a way that it was obvious. I was strong with my convictions, and I wasn't going to back down, and there's a respect in that. But if you're mamby-pamby and running all over the place, then, if you're unsure of yourself, that's one thing. To be afraid of yourself because you're unsure of yourself. Now, what I was discussing earlier, and I kind of left it in my early days of my medicine man training and so forth, I was afraid to do something. He was like, show me what you got, kind of thing. And so I'd be going along and looking over my shoulder and go, I think this is right, but I'm so scared because I don't know if it's right or wrong. And he's going to criticize me. He's going to tell me it's all wrong. And I had built up this fear within myself that I was having trouble to do a simple ceremony that had become so easy for me to do. But in front of the teacher, that I was scared to freaking death, right? And but when I finally, he was like, "What's wrong?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know if it's I'm doing it right or not." He goes, "Don't worry about it. Just do it. Just just do it." Deep breath, right? Because I'm the pupil and he's the master, and all I've been getting are glimpses and pictures in a magazine, and I'm building this thing with just bits and pieces of information and a lot of personal for myself. I felt it was right. It was right for me. The ceremonies were simple. They seemed to be, all encompassing in what I wanted without being too complicated. And so, and then later on, I found out it was like, man, you were really close. You were really close, really. So, but I was afraid to do any of them because I was afraid. Now, Barry, if you're still asleep still asleep out there, you're still awake. Uh, you know, we have to trust our inner self. But, and like I said earlier, what I've learned is don't overdo it all the time simply because you think I've got to do this and this and this and this every single time. When it might be that you get a group of stuff together and have one ceremony for all of them, you know, all this stuff here in front of me, all these things. This is my ceremony to honor this rock, this thing, this bow, this stick, this staff, and so you can do a kind of grandfather them in. But then there are certain things that require just their own ceremony without any necessarily any fanfare and everything. But like I got a talking stick that I had, and I'd carved on it, and as part of my initial training as a shaman, and so I was afraid to show it around to people because it was like um, I'd carved certain things into the stick, and then I forgot the story. I was carving it and making it at a time when my brain had just been knocked around coming from the doctors. And so I look at the stick with all the carvings and everything I did on them, and everything represented something. But I look at the stick now and I go, I haven't got a clue. I mean, I just haven't got a clue, at least at the moment. So, but I need to trust myself, trust my memories, hold on to the stick and go, okay, Hawkeye, you carved this. What does this mean? Well, it's a snake of something and it means this. Yeah, but you carved it. And I could tell you the story of the stick, but now I just go, it's just a bunch of carvings. What time is it? It's after 3:44. All right, my friends. So Barry is still awake out there somewhere. He's Zing. Well, I'm fixing to, it's almost 4 o'clock. And I've been very busy today and stuff, and out in the rain, and putting my starter on and doing stuff and things, and I've come in here and chatted with you for the last 3 hours. So I hope it has been, profitable for you. Um, there is no straight way for everybody, but there are steps to go through to learn about patience, to get yourself a blanket if you're going to do ceremonies, and that you use these same things. Here's the thing, they're sacred because you make them sacred. If it's a sacred medicine blanket, it's because you have pronounced it sacred. So you would not defile whatever you considered sacred. Doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. If you declare a crystal that you use every time in a ceremony, or a pipe, or a medicine stick, or anything, it is sacred because you choose to make it so. It ain't sacred to nobody else. All right. But it is very sacred to you. It is important. And just because somebody else doesn't see it doesn't mean it isn't important. So you want to make those things sacred that you see as really being necessary. But everything is sacred in the eyes of the Creator. Everything is equal in the eyes of the Creator. Now, I was listening to somebody recently within the last 2 weeks, and they were talking about this. Oh, the aliens are coming, and we are all created equal. And there was this, listen, ladies and gentlemen, that we're all created equal. And then there was this pause, and he kind of looked down a little bit, and he goes, "Bullshit." And I went, "What? We are not all created equal. There are smarter people. There are dumber people. There are healthier people. We are not all created equal. And anybody that keeps spouting this nonsense, it's bullshit." And I went, "Well, okay, someone who is Down syndrome and they aren't brain surgeons, but in the eyes of the Creator, they're equal to the brain surgeon doctor who saves lives, and there are those people who, practically speaking, go bullshit. No, they're not. We are not created equal. Do we have equal opportunity? No. Do Now we do, each of us have the equal opportunity to use our own talents. Now, how we use them, how it gets turned out, but each and every one of us has um, the talents to be smarter or better or something. But like for me, I've had a lot of talent, a lot of smarts, but I had my leg wrapped up around my head, literally. I saw my foot go past my helmet as I landed on my face. My foot wrapped up in, on my back. Nasty. So, you say, well, but I was pretty damn fast as a runner back then in the 440. Was one of the members of the track team. They ain't won a track a state championship since then, and I was a part of it, right? Cool beans, pictures on the wall, all that good stuff. Okay, but it's just high school. But here's the thing, I have the talent. I did not choose to break my leg. Okay. So even though I had the talent, couldn't use it. All right. So, and then because of that, losing that talent and other things, and it interrupted my studies, failed my outlook on life and things. I went towards a life of drugs and depression. And, that wasn't, now I have made better since then, but at the time in certain circumstances, so life threw me quite a few curves. It's what we do with them curveballs if we're playing the game of baseball, right? Do we let them stand in the front and let the ball hit us and knock us out and down on the ground, give us a concussion? Or do we learn how to see that, fastball, curveball coming at us, and we miss it? We don't swing at it because it's out of the box and it's going to be a ball. Do we trust it, or do we swing wildly at the pitch? You know what I mean? So, weird baseball reference because I don't usually use baseball, but to the point, spiritually. So there are times when you just have to get out there and play the game. You don't know if you're going to be able to hit the ball. You don't know if the pitcher's going to throw you a slider, but meaning life, right? So the pitcher, life, you don't know. So what do? You don't sit on the bench and watch because, you might get hit with the ball, or you might strike out, or maybe you miss a fly ball and folks will go, "Hey, you idiot, you dropped a ball." So, and then there's the participation in life. So when you participate, that's when you learn. That's when your talents can grow. Same thing with your spiritual side. So, if very simple techniques, light a candle, find a place during the day. If you make a medicine wheel, that's one thing, but you can also make a sacred circle. They always say to make the sacred circle with cornmeal. I don't have cornmeal all the time, but I can go around and literally scribe a circle in the ground, and that is my intention. And I can, circle it with prayers and um, with sage and smudge, and I have made it a sacred circle because I did. Is it sacred to anybody else or anybody? You know what I mean? No, it's sacred because I just made it sacred. You make something sacred the same way. So if your method is to do tobacco and a this and a this every time you honor something, then there ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I mean? And that's your prayer. That's how, especially if you're using the right herbs and the right intentions and the right, you know, whether you do them every single time, every time, or whether you do it for the big important things and smaller ceremonies for the, I got this little crystal. Okay, going to smudge it and do some tobacco and hold it up and do a simple ceremony. That's that, right? Versus getting something out and doing a fire and a drum and a thing and making it more elaborate. Both are acceptable. Now, there are things that I've gotten that I did like a quickie prayer on, and then went back during other ceremonies and kind of reinforced it like heavier. I'm doing a ceremony with other things, but in order to get my big thing done, I'm um, the tools. I've got a crystal, I've got a this, a that. So with that, I'm saying with this crystal that I have, smudged before, I'm asking Creator, understand this crystal, and I honor it more for all the times that I've used it up to now. And I wish to honor it even more during this ceremony. So you give it just a little extra oomph, even though you might have blessed it, used it, but you give it that little bit of extra special attention. And so that's what makes the difference. Does anybody else know it? No, you do. You've made sure that the universe and your ceremonies and your spirit guides and everything, you just made sure that folks in my little spirit realm here know that I'm really proud of this crystal. I really love it. I really want to thank the creator for having me found it and continue to give me blessings and show me how that I can use this crystal, for spiritual awareness, the thing for healing people, for insight, whatever it is, right? So one ceremony is never enough, especially for those tools that you use on a regular basis. Now, I found out that there were times when I wanted to use this same crystal, and I'd go to put it on the blanket, and I'd go to set it down like in its spot, and it would go, and it just nope. And it would actually go on the dirt beside the blanket. It wouldn't go on the blanket. When a week later, I'd used it during a simple ceremony, crystal there, candle there, everything's groovy. This time, as I go to set it out, it's just, and my heart, my hand is redirected. You got to listen to them spirit guides. Because for that particular instant, that crystal, which you depend upon all the time, may not be correct for this particular circumstance. But you have to be able to learn the nuances with your own spirit guide. So the fact that this person uses these same things every single time, to me, is monotonous. Because there are some times when I've listened to am I better than this person? No. But in my training, You just go to use them and you go, and the spirits will scream at you and go, no, you can't use that this time. No, you can't. No, it's the wrong, whatever it is, it's wrong for them. And you have to pay attention to it. Well, I'm going to use it anyway. I tried that, you know, and there were like pops and spurts, and it's like you blew a fuse or the energies didn't quite meld, and you uh, pick up the crystal and go, well, maybe you do belong off the blanket. Maybe I don't need to include you this time around. You're still part of the universe, and you can sit over there, but you're not right here in this ceremony. So I know this may sound like just ramblings, but you got to start someplace. So start someplace and follow the same procedure simply so because that you can get used to it, you get comfortable with it. You don't fumble and bumble and make it your ceremony because it is. It is your sacred right, RITE. It is your sacred words because you make them so. Uh, I always try to follow certain guidelines of shaman stuff and to just kind of stay in bounds without going quirky too far off left or right, right? So there are folks who have talismans, totems, necklaces, something, right? And they can't work magic without them. Now, I'm wearing a crystal on my shirt down here that I realize I have been wearing it for a while, and I need to take it out and get it away from me simply because crystals just need a rest from us, right? So it stays on me all the time, and it's like then it will literally jump out of my shirt. I found it on the ground the other day, and I was like, "What? Oh, you need a break? Sorry about that." And I didn't wear the crystal for a couple of days. And I soaked it, let it sit, and then I was like, okay, you know, can you come back? Is it okay? Am I okay? Maybe my energy is wrong. Maybe it's not the crystal's fault. Maybe it's there's energy in the universe. But for your spirit medicine, if you keep taking the same thing, it may actually make you sick at times. Don't force the ceremony if it doesn't feel right. Well, I always use this crystal. Remember, maybe not this time. It is one of your tools in your arsenal of stuff, but you may not use that. You know, you might not need a long, a long Phillips head screwdriver every time you work on something, but it's in your toolbox. Well, and then there are times when the only thing that will work is that long head Phillips head screwdriver, you know? So it can be your favorite Phillips head screwdriver, but you don't use it all the time because sometimes there are nuts and bolts that don't involve Phillips head screws, right? So in the nature of the spirit, in the nature of the medicine, if you just keep taking the same medicine, you could overdose because you're taking two. Sometimes you might just need to not just take that same pill every single day, right? Keep that in mind. It's all part of the process. But as you believe in yourself, as you have faith in yourself, keep a journal and go back and look at where you've been. You can even do some projection. Like, today I was thinking about, I'm going to see how this will work this weekend, whatever that, but you want to, like, maybe you want to meditate and see if you can just forget about time. Maybe you want to meditate and do that exercise I talked about finding out what time it is, learning how to see the clock, learning how to tell time by just closing your eyes for a second or two. And then when you learn that, you don't even have to close your eyes. You just kind of find it, whatever it is. But you make it sacred. You make it. You make it sacred. You make it special, but it must have just enough ego in it to be confident. If you're overconfident, well, now for me, I've been doing this for a long time, so my confidence is like, yeah, I got this. Where other people is like, well, he's a know-it-all. No, I ain't. But certain things, because I have done it before, it's like, if you played hoops and you know how to play, whatever, horseshoe thingy, blah, blah, blah. Then, versus somebody who's never played or only watched it on the sideline. Or what the hell is basketball? So, um, but you have confidence at least. You might not make every shot or win the game, but you know how to play the game, right? So you're confident in that. So you can be confident without being egotistical. And that's one of the biggest parts of your journey. No matter what you're doing, no matter how you're learning it, you have to be strong enough with your own ego to say, I got this, or I'm gonna I'm gonna learn it. It might take me a while. I might know how to do this tomorrow, but I'm gonna learn it. But every time you learn something, what needs to go with it, I'm gonna learn this new talent, I'm gonna learn this new trait, and I'm gonna learn it as a humble spiritual being. That's set your intentions. I want to be humble. I want to remain humble after I learn it. And y'all gonna have to teach me, give me classes on. I'm gonna learn this special stuff, but I need to learn how to repeat it or talk about it in a humble way without being egotistical or pushy or something, right? There's always a lesson to be learned. We're coming up on what time? It's after 4 now. Crap. Crap it that it's after 4. I can't wait. Yes, Michelle, we are sacred. So, um, as I was first starting out and doing this stuff in the YouTube channel, I was like, it's one thing to have conversation with folks. It's another to do a YouTube channel and talk about things that early on people, called me, but they had to, okay, a heretic and, a blasphemer. And all these words I was told at the age of 11. And again, when they appeared here in the house, but that you will be called a blasphemer, you will be called a this, and you will be called a. And then when it happened, I just went, oh, holy crap. Everything that Mother Mary told me, the words, and this 2 or 3 people way back when in the comment section repeated exactly how she said it to me. And it was written in the comment section, right? And I went, holy crap. Whoa, this is exactly the way she said it. I mean, I was like, oh my God. She goes, they're going to call you a blasphemer. And they was like, you blaspheme the church and you're a heretic from the what you're talking about. And you've never met Mother Mary and it was like, holy crap. It was strange. But everything she had said when she was here in the house, I was like, oh man. So, my spirit walk, my journey, my shaman uh, is, a lot different from other folks. Does it make your journey wrong? No, it just makes it different. Are we parallel? Do we learn the same things? Yeah. Do we see the same things? Maybe not. But we will learn to understand. I might not see exactly the way you see things, but I will learn to understand and to trust and respect how you feel. I might not see it or understand it, but I will learn to trust you on your spiritual journey because it means something very sacred to you. Let me understand why this is sacred to you. Where other people would just go, screw that. I don't care. Yeah, it might be sacred to you. Yeah, you just bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about, Hawkeye. I was told that a lot. And it's like, okay. But in the times and everything, the stuff that I've talked about, I said a couple of years ago that I was getting some bad info, bad intel, right? And I said, I ain't saying another damn word until I get this stuff straightened out. And y'all got to prove yourself. We ain't doing this. I've talked about this before. We're coming up on a 20, 420, almost exactly, right? So, okay, I'll hang out with you for another minute or two. But I really need to go to bed. I'm tired. And oh, by the way, I'm going to bring this up at the end of this video, but I was really sick last Tuesday. This is Monday, a week ago. I felt real bad, scary, real bad. But I didn't have more. I don't like to say those kinds of things to folks out there. And poor Mr. Barry, because I told him how I felt the other last week, and I was like, the, being down here by myself with just me and the dog, I was scared, because I felt so badly. But made it through here on the other side. But my dear friend Barry, you know, today scared a couple of people in that I didn't show up and all that. Well, like I said, between my neighbor showing up and the computer going down, I'm sorry. It is 420, ain't it? Yep, let's go. Puff, 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 smoke, smoke. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Yeah. When you ask for wisdom, ask for humility. When you ask for humility, you'll get wisdom. When you ask for clearness of thought, past or future, you will seek patience. And in the patience that you learn, you will be able to hear and see and feel more clearly. You go, well, wait a minute, that sounds like a double thingy. It is, but it ain't. If you do learn humility and so forth, you will find patience. And in the patience, you will learn wisdom. The wisdom is there in the patience that you learn. They're both synonymous. They're both like tied, up to here. So your spirit medicine, as long as it's legal and moral, there was one guy that was like, so what makes you happy? And he was like looking at little girls' panties. And I was like, nope, 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 nope. Yeah, but I mean, it really turns me. No, 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 no. That's not what we're talking about. But it makes me happy and I feel really, no, I'm sorry, what I'm talking about. Yeah, but it makes me, and on my spiritual journey, I'm spiritually always looking to see little girls panty. No, 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 no. So there are people who will take whatever their fantasy or their belief is and convince themselves that they are spiritually correct, right? So I have listened to folks. Oh, can I say something to you 8 folks that are here at the end? Um, there's a channel that I have referred to in the past. Going to leave that part there. But a recent topic was that the world is sick. Okay. Now, I did not listen to the broadcast, but in looking at the words and the way it was presented, that the world is sick and that's it. Well, you know, in our spiritual journey of things, how certain things are placed and put, the world is sick. I would say that the world has some sickness in it, on it. But is the whole world sick? From a spiritual standpoint, if you make that statement, you've kind of sealed your fate. You got no way out of this because guess what? The world is sick. Okay. And I would go, let's rephrase that, please. Because there are a lot of people who are waking up. There are a lot of people, there's a lot of people coming out of a sickness. And I don't mean just the virus, right? I mean the mental clogginess and, they're coming out of a spiritual sickness. But is the planet itself sick? I would go, please stop saying that. Are there sicknesses on it? Yeah. There are times when there are sicknesses in groves of trees, okay, and that makes the timber not as kills the trees. But the whole planet is not infected. But is the planet sick? Are the people on it sick? Is it's a sick, it's a evil, and it's a sickness, and it's a. Would you shut up, please? Now I did not hear the broadcast. Okay, I'm just speaking on the topic. But if you want to make the topic the sickness of the planet and that we're all entrapped in this sickness or the evil sickness, and wait a minute, not everybody's evil, not everybody's perverted, not everybody. I mean, stop using that the whole planet's like, are there sicknesses on this planet? Absolutely. Mentally, physically, spiritually, absolutely. But is the whole planet sick? I want to say, please be careful in using that term. Not picking on anybody, but those folks you may know who I'm talking about. I did not hear the broadcast, but and not pointing my finger at this person or the channel, but the subject matter. Because there are other people saying, "Oh, this planet is just sick," like what's his name? We live on a prison planet. Well, the more I thought about it, I was like, I've been in prison twice, once for a year. Actually, I've been in prison 3 times. Eh, yeah, 3. Uh, but if you've never been in prison, and I believed him for a while because we're in prison, we can't do these things, and but then at the same time, when all the things we can't do, I started looking around all the things I could still do. Okay, well, and when I was in prison, I couldn't do none of the above because I was really in prison. So this being the prison planet, this, the planet where, and like Pastor Paul, everything is Armageddon. Everything we're all gonna die from it. Planet's dead, and that's it. And give your life to God, and wash yourself in the blood of Jesus. That's the only way out of here, right? And yeah, Oh, and by the way, and kind of sort of wrapping this up for now, that those folks that said February 1st, the spark of light, and we're all going to be changed, has been modified to the 15th. Now, I will remind you, those folks who I've been keeping up, they originally said the 15th of this month. So we're, what, today's the 8th of February? Yeah. The 8th of February, 2022. It's 4:17 a.m. in the a.m. time. So I have enough in here to do a 20 with you all and leave you this morning with hopefully good thoughts and things. But when I read certain headlines by people, you know, um, for me, I, I don't just come up with a title for a video. Sometimes I don't do a video until I have the right title. I mean, seriously, it took me a week one time to come up with the title. It's been a while back, but because I just couldn't, it just couldn't, I couldn't hear it, phrase it right, something. But so to use certain phrases by certain folks, and no, I'm not picking on anybody, but that did they just blurt this out, or did they really think about it? And did they really mean the whole planet is sick and that we're doomed? And is then I got to go, sorry, please change the title, which will change the mode of, again, I did not hear the broadcast, okay? But I don't want to listen because of the way the title is phrased. Point. So anyway, happy 420, everybody. It is? No, we still got 2 minutes. Well, by the time you watch this, there'll be a minute and a half lag. It'll be years. I'm woo, that's a good one. For those of you who've been with me a while, I have been talking about positive words and phrases. I've done whole shows on them and stuff years ago now, where people are, it's really catching on. People in a lot of different venues are going, our words are power and speaking in the positive. And I'm like, yay. Now, I'm not trying to put a star on my back or nothing, but we have been talking about this for many, many, many years now, at least 3 or 4, at least for me in this channel. And so to see 2 or 3 years later, and of different ethnicities, different races, unlike what Whoopi Goldberg thinks is a race or not. And that's just interesting about the subject of race, by the way, and how a person who is black views what race is. And she said, well, Jewish people, they're white like them and them and them and them. So, you know, they're not like a race of people like we are, because you can see that we're a different race. That's what Whoopi said, right? And so uh, there are Venezuelans, there are Mexicans, there are Peruvians, there are Argentinians. Well, they're all from South America. And so, and a lot of them look like the indigenous species of, South American Indian. And so, but are they black? Well, they're not really white, but there are Cuban folks, right, who look mostly white, but they're Cuban. Okay, So you want to say, well, are they white people? No, they're Cuban. All right. Well, these folks here that are Mexican, that are darker skin color, they've got different facial expression features, bone structures. Obvious, right? But they're all Mexicans. We're all Americans. We're all Europeans. We're all Germans. We're all, you know what I mean? So this idea that race has to have color involved, well, so to Whoopi and to of that idea, so the North Koreans are white people. There's the Japanese, the Chinese, the Taiwanese, because they're not black, then they must be white people. Think about it. That's what she thinks. Now, unless you're coal black somewhere along the line, or that your skin is actually a different color, then you're not of a different race. You're just another form of white person. Another shade of honky. Now, I said that. She didn't. Okay. But that Jewish people are just another shade of honky. I said that. But that's what she's saying. So a person, my nephew is one of them. My sister was married, at least had a relationship with a black man, had a child, two children, and he looks more black, curly hair, darker skin. The other youngin, more white. Okay, same father, same mother. So, but one is now he's like he's going to be a thug. He's going to be, he's been in jail. He's been in trouble because and it's all because I'm black. No, bitch, it's because you're half black and half white. You chose to be the black side of the family. You chose to be with them, and he won't come and visit none of us, right? Because we're the white side of the family. Now this is my nephew, okay, and my sister and I have talked about this openly. And she's like, I just don't get it. But he made his choice to be black, you know. What about me? But, I'm white, I'm your mother. Yeah, well, I love you, but that's as far as it's going to go, you know. Now, I met him years ago when I was in Ohio, but, he chose thugdom, versus any middle of the road, or that you don't have to be just black. You could just be a person, you just could be. So, but to him, and I'm guessing to Whoopi ish folks, and that because he has color in him, then he's got to be part of the race. When actually he's mulatto, right? He's a little more white, but he ain't really black, And even within his quote black side of the family, because he's so light skinned, they don't want him. So even within his own quote race, which is debatable, right? He's being shunned. But he's afraid to go into the white world because he feels that because of white people and black people, that white people would persecute him more when his own damn color, whichever that is, but he chose black, is persecuting him more than the whites would. He would be so much more accepted if we quit being a thug and was just started being a human being. He would be so easily accepted that, you know. So in in the realm of spirituality, there are those folks who don't see the difference. Well, it's a race, it's a this, it's a black and white. When actually it ain't. These two birds over here, they're totally different species, even though they may look alike. A crow is a crow, A crow ain't a raven, and a crow or a raven ain't a blackbird. There are three different types of birds, but they all black. They all, well, they all the same, don't they? Because they black, right? Uh, are all bluebirds bluebirds? No. Are all birds with red feathers? Are they all red birds? No. They're cardinals and this, and you know what I mean? So this idea, but in the spiritual realm, you got to keep that open. Well, it's like this, and ain't nothing else like it. Eh. You're not going to go very far because you've already closed off a part of your spirit self that says, maybe this over here is true. Let me test it out and chew my cud kind of thing. Hey, Roman, how are you? 777 Blue Hand, how are you? I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before. Welcome. I've been at this now for almost 4 hours, Roman, but it's good to see you. Okay. So, in the spirit realm, in the spirit, um, with spirit medicine, if you find something that you have to always argue with people about, then you may not be holding your mouth right. Hey, Chloe. Yeah, it is morning time. Dang it. It's 4:20 something. Here, well, share one with us while you're here, right? It's at the end of my day and the beginning of another for you guys. But, it's all good. So the medicine, and in the next episode of Spirit Medicine, not tonight. Uh, well, actually, they want me to look over something. Um, in this particular book, they talk about memories, 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 memories. All right. So the memories are one of, the memories may not be your or my memories. The memories may be of our elders. Okay. So that's one of the things. So you say, well, but whose memory? It may be from my grandmother. It may be from your great grandfather. You know, the memories may not be of our memories or even of our previous memories, but the memories are of our grandmother, grandfather, the elders that came before us. And we may be one of the elders that came before us. I'm my own grandpa. I'm my own grandpa. I'm my own grandpa. Anyway, so understanding memories. Now, this is part of the spirit medicine because the medicine of the heart and of the soul is to understanding, like, why do I feel this way? Why do I love nature so much? Why do I like the water? How come I'm drawn to this? Somewhere there are memories, right? And you would like to understand them. That's sort of what we're talking about. Well, it is what we're talking about, but not just that. When you have honored the memories, you are in a place of understanding them. Okay. So if you can understand to give memories honor, then you're on the road to, like, the fact that you said, I honor the memories, blah, 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 blah. Then you have accepted that there are memories and that you're honoring them. And so you're opening yourself up to the answer. Okay. When you are on your journey and in the spirit world, be it in the upper, the lower or the middle world experience, it is important to understand each memory. Everything comes, everything comes from all and resonates. Energy touches you and becomes a reality. If it is a middle world memory, it could be an actual happening that took place in your life. Okay. Happenings resonate forwards, for they are constant energy until they are stopped. And that's a very interesting statement. When a memory is put to a test, oh, I'm sorry, when a memory is put to rest, it no longer resonates. Memories can be understood and put to rest by forgetting. They can be put to rest by forgiving. They can be put to rest by giving them away. You can give another person a memory once you understand it. When you understand your memories, you are in touch with your spirit keepers, the symbols of your guidance. Now, I'm going to read that last little bit again, it's but just a paragraph. Um, Everything comes from all and it resonates. Energy comes from all, everything. It all comes, it exchanges, it's back and forth. It comes from all, from the universe. It doesn't come from just a single point, right? Um, Energy touches you and becomes reality. So if you have felt the energy of the ocean and swimming and the feel of that, that's a memory, right? So when that energy touches you and it becomes reality, you can feel the ocean. You can hear the ocean in your head. You can close your eyes and smell the salt water in your nose, the sea air. You can hear the seagulls, flying overhead. You know what I mean? So it becomes your reality, even though you might not be at the beach. It has become a part of you as a memory, as an experience. Okay. If it is a middle world memory, meaning this world versus the upper world is angels, lower world is with the dead and those who have passed, middle world is like now or sort of on our timeline, right? If it is a middle world energy, it could be an actual happening that took place in your life. Happenings resonate forward, for they are constant energy until they are stopped. So a thought or an energy or whatever is going forward until it's stopped. And you can stop it by forgetting about it, forgiving it, or otherwise giving it away. So for me, as a shaman, the more we learn about shamanism, we learn that as we learn the information, we also need to learn how to share the information. It's it's part of the cycle. So in giving away the memories, it's my memories of how I lived, how I learned, the things I learned along the way. So that's my giveaway. It must be done, right? In the natural order of things. In that that's my memories, my experiences are given away in stories and real time stories, but in that it's the giveaway to say, here's this, what happened to me. This is how I handled it. 50 years later, this is how I'm still dealing with it. You take it for what it is. So, but that's the giving it away, right? So, here's an example. Your spirit guide in the upper world is a cat. Okay. Cats represent sincerity and trust. Your memory is telling you that you are to apply sincerity and trust in your life. For seeing the cat brings forth the energy that is necessary for you to walk in your daily existence. Now, I got cats growling outside, as it says cats, right? And every time I see my cats, I'm thinking, oh crap, I got to feed them again. And oh crap, it's springtime. There's going to be baby kittens in a month or so. Oh, holy crap. So, me seeing cats is not the same thing as other people seeing cats. Uh, but anyway, understanding your memory gives you solidity in the reality plane. That's weirdly put, but your life will not be a haunting at that point. It will be understood. And now, in trying to explain this, where I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Um, Understanding your memory gives you the solidity in the reality plane. I guess what they're trying to say is that when you understand a dream, you get it in this world. Like, oh, I get what that means. You know, solidity in this plane. How about you understand it in this reality? Okay. Or your life will not be haunting at that point. Meaning, for my understanding, is that you're not always wondering, I wonder what that meant. So it haunts you. Follow me? So when you can, put things to rest, that I wonder what this feeling is, or I wonder why I feel this way. That's this haunting feeling we sometimes have. And for some of us now, I've had some really strange feelings this last couple of weeks, and there have been kind of sort of a haunting kind of sense to it. Like, I wonder what this is about. Um, without throwing any predictions in by ET. Okay, just seriously, energy wise, the other day, I was like, holy crap, what the hell lesson is this? You and I may have had the the corona or the oro thingy or whatever. Dun, 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 dun. I had the flu. I think maybe it's very possible because of how badly I felt. And I didn't go to the doctor or the hospital, although I was tempted at one point, let me tell you. Actually, a couple of times the other night. It would have been early Wednesday morning, a week ago. But anyway, I love you all. I do. Um, it how seriously you take things is up to you. There are folks who will read horoscope in the daily newspaper and go, And then there are folks who do charts and who live by the charts and live by the Jupiter ascending, descending with Saturn crashing into Jupiter with Uranus in the mix. I'm making a little joke and slightly snide because people who live by the charts only, I think they're just missing out on life. Well, Saturn's in conjunction with Uranus, and every time I see Uranus, I think poop, and so it's just like, okay, you know, but to just follow it the way some people do, I just gotta say, I'm sorry. It just ain't me. I ain't there. I love y'all, do what you do, but I just that kind of depth and so forth, and the chart and the thing and the this, and it's just like it just seems like it consumes them to the point where, what about life? Well, but the cards say, but what about life? Well, but the stars, and what about life? But I gotta check the. And I have known people who are like that. Well, I can't go until I check my stars. What? Yeah, I got to check my chart. Can we not like just get in the car and go to the beach just because, come on, let's go. Well, I don't know. Let me see. Isn't you got anything planned for the next day? No. Ain't got anything to do tomorrow? No. You got any reason why we can't go to the beach? Well, I got to check my stars. I'm going to the beach, or whatever. And I've known people like that. So, not trying to mock anybody, but I used to like pick on this person. Like, you serious can't, when I lived in Tampa, you just drove over to Tarpon Springs, right? It was hour or so drive, maybe two or less, but you went over, you got some ice cream, you went to the beach, and then you said, well, ain't doing it. Then you came back home, right? Couple hours at the beach and come back to the house. Nope, sorry, got to check my chart. Okay, you know, no, it'd be like, but we're going, wait a minute now. I need to do my animal cards. I need to do a spread. I need to do a tarot reading. I don't know, my death might come up. Oh, stop it, just come on and go enjoy life. Look up what your horoscope said it was supposed to be and find out whether or not it came true. I got to the point years ago is like, I don't want to know what it's supposed to be today. Tomorrow I'm going to look back and see how close it was. If it resembled it or was just way out of line. And most of the time it was so way out of line. I said, so why would I have read the charts and try to, well, something's gonna, come your way or something like that? Ain't nothing come my way. The garbage man tooted the horn when they picked up the trash. But as far as this, astrological stuff, so putting my faith into a what if, I started looking at my horoscope the next day and going, huh. So yesterday I was supposed to have been a billionaire and I was supposed to meet the partner of my dreams. I hope it's a woman, not a guy dressed up like one. Well, none of that should ever happen. So anyway, there were a couple of times I gotta say there was some incidents that happened. I went, holy shit, that was really close, right? And then, but most of the time it's just like, eh. But to be ruled by a what if. So if you have a dream, and I've had these, right? And maybe you have too, but in that, oh my God, I had this dream and like this is going to be, and like, but here's the thing, for every second, every minute that we're alive, every instance from this point forward, whatever I say or do changes the reality. I could shut up and go, good night, good morning, have a good day, or sit here for another 10 minutes or so, finish the cigarette, smoke a bowl, say prayers, and good morning to everybody. And, or, various other. So, but is the future like paved in stone? No, because I am the, you know, the conflict in in it. I'm the hiccup in the group. Why? Because well, we don't know what this some bitch is going to do next, right? And you don't, you don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do next. So the fact that somehow people are going to say, well, your future is written in the stars. Okay, your stars, your interpretation, you know what I mean? But maybe not in my stars. You think they're in my stars because that's your perception of it because you believe in the stars. Now, I'm not trying to say that there is something to astrology. I want to say that right out, but to the point of living hour by stuff is to me is just redundant. Why live, right? If you got to wait for the stars to align. Oh, the stars are going to align next week. Really? Yeah. Well, I wonder wonder what's going to happen then. I don't know, but they're going to align. Okay. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, right? So to put any future on it, portals opening, the gates are opening, demons are coming through, and all kinds of shit's happening in the universe. Why? Well, because there's the south gate's open. The pasture's open. The cows are going to get in the neighbor's field, and the lion's gate. Holy crap, the lions are coming. No, and then there's the hippopotamus gate. That's where all the fat folk go. I'm sorry. I'm apologies to all the fat folk. I used to be one, so I think that's why I gained, 100 and some odd pounds. It was so I could honestly know what it was like to be fat. And had enough of that, moved on, right? So humankind needs to learn how to take a joke again, like we used to do in the old days. When a Pollock joke wasn't, now to the Pollocks, they even told Pollock jokes. And the Italians told WAP jokes. And some of the Spanish Americans, who were Spicks, you don't hear that word around much anymore, which is a good thing. But, um, the way words were used back in my day, back in the earlier days, it ain't nothing what it used to be. And so this idea of racism and we all hate each other. And for those folks, some of these pastors, I've got 5 or 6 different pastors that I have subscribed to their channels because I want to see what they're up to. And they can't get out of the we're all gonna die. They're the ET folk, there are those ETs coming and we're all gonna die. If you ain't saved by Jesus, we're all gonna die. And I just say, man, and I used to be in that group years ago. Look at my earlier videos. And I have realized over the years, can't do nothing about it anyway. And are we in the end times? Well, there's a lot of stuff that, kind of fits the pattern. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. Absolutely. Absolutely. But remember, even in the Bible, it says, after all this happens, there'll be 1,000 years of peace. Now, in my brain, I've always wondered why only 1,000 years, but maybe that's all they could guarantee in the contract. Just say it. Maybe they left out of zero, like 10,000 years. Well, that'd be nice. But, the fact that they were very precise with how many years there was going to be peace, they planned this shit, okay? You're only going to get 1,000 years of peace, but, hey, wait till the other side. So there's something to look forward to. The meek shall inherit the earth. Well, in a way, we're kind of doing that now. So is that prophecy being fulfilled? Uh, and I don't think the other side really wants this part, But in a lot of ways, those folks who have been subservient over the last couple of years with masks and jabs and everything, the meek are coming out and going, no. And they're not using guns. They're not, doing fire bombs. And now there are places where some of that's going on, but the police are to blame for a lot of that. So this idea, though, is the meek going to inherit the earth? And is there 1,000 years of stuff coming? Well, I'm going to let all these other guys preach the bad part, right? We're all going to die. We're going to get hit by another asteroid. We are getting bombarded by a lot of stuff from the sun. That is an absolute yes, it's happening. Are there earthquakes? Yes. Mother Earth is responding to its new position in the universe and different things from the center of the galaxy. Absolutely. But does this really have anything to do with God or Jesus per se, personally? I'm just saying. This kind of stuff has been around in the universe for a long time. And we just get to experience it. But whatever's in the Bible and whatever Armageddon and everything is an apocalyptic storm. And when I was growing up, they said severe winter warning. Now it's not a severe weather warning. Now it's an apocalyptic bomb. It's a snow bomb again. It's a, you know what I mean? Holy crap. Everything's got to have some kind of, hey, Sheila, how are you? Are you doing all right? Ain't heard from y'all lately, but, I keep sending prayers out of way. So, cheers, my neighbors. Miss Sheila's my neighbor next door. Everybody wave, Miss Sheila. But so, but with this, we're all going to die. We're going to get flooded. The weather's going to be bad. And like, there are a lot of folks these days that were talking about, oh, it's so cold this winter. Oh, crap. In 1985, it was 9 degrees here at this house. 9 degrees in 1985. And so don't get me started about, oh, this is the worst winter yet. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. I remember being here in South Georgia. It snowed on like March the 13th. Okay. We had snow on the ground the day that we were supposed to not have any more freezing weather. We had snow on the ground on March 15th, which for down here in our area is the cutoff date, right? Colder than snot, snow on the ground for several days. Don't tell me this, about how cold it is and blah, blah, blah. This is the worst. Oh, stop it. Y'all just ain't lived long enough, right? But this idea that, oh, we're going through another snow thing. We're going through another. Look, when I left Ohio to go to Florida to come south, back when I was 7 years old, it snowed so hard in Dayton when we left right after Christmas, I think it was in 59, I think. Anyway, but to the point though, the upstairs bedroom window, there was snow had drifted up between the two houses, their duplexes, that came up between the houses, and you could open up the upstairs window and pat the snow. I remember that clearly and going, wow, that's a lot of snow. No, a lot of snow on the streets, on the roads and all. And we came south to Florida. So, and that was back in 58 or 9, might have been 58. But anyway, but to the point though, oh, the weather's so bad and the snow's so deep. And it's like, yeah, okay. I remember when I was living in Berlin before the house burned down and I moved here. Um, that, in January and early February, we literally had blizzards over there. And the snow was blowing sideways. It was freezing cold. And we all damn near froze to death. It was so cold in that house. And I didn't have enough firewood cut. And I mean, it was the living room was like a 20 by 40 in one room, right? Big, huge room and hard as hell to heat. And we had a little heater, but oh my God. So all this is the worst winter ever. It's so cold. I'm sorry. Y'all just haven't lived long enough, Right now, in the last few years, we've been going through a warm spell, So uh, the fact that it's being a little slightly below normal right now is like nothing out of the ordinary, you know. I keep wondering, not that we do need some frost time where the temperature gets down into the teens, because it kills off the bugs. It helps kill off the ticks. It helps kill off the caterpillars that are hiding just under the soil. And oh man, we really do need some super duper, honest to God, cold temperatures for a day or two to kill off some of this stuff, which normally would happen. So in these recent years where the winters have been so mild, we've had caterpillars and bugs and moths and all kinds of flying caterpillary things just eat your stuff up in the middle of winter. Okay. My tomato plants that didn't make it had caterpillars on them in December. Nah, that ain't supposed to happen. So, but this cold weather hopefully will freeze them out and they won't hatch this year and stuff like that. But anyway, so In our spiritual medicine, if we only focus on the bad things that happen, then the medicine is going to be bad medicine for us. So we know where the rapids are. We know where the bad spots are. In the swamp, you know that over there's an alligator lives over in that place. And, you don't go swimming over there. There's another place, if you know your area, where, if it looks like it's not very deep, but you take a couple steps and you're going to sink up past your neck in water, in a mud hole, and maybe even some quick mud. Um, and so, but all of these things are there, but the river or the swamp is still beautiful. It still has its charms, but you got to know where the bad spots are. Kill off some of them mosquitoes. Yeah, absolutely. You know. Oh, I was back on the property line yesterday, Miss Sheila. Just seeing how bad it was, and I was surprised. And it wasn't as bad. Some of them trees have rotted and broken down. So while the weather's still cool, I'm going to get down there and I want to make a trail through. I want to get back what we used to have. Some trails back yonder. But anyway, but yeah, I wasn't really in the backyard, but in that our shared area, just seeing how hard it was to get through it. It's not as bad. And if I did some clearing now, when the summertime comes, it won't all grow over. But anyway, just thought I'd throw that in there. Because I used to have a spot down there on the river that I used to, when I had the property line cleaned out a few years back, there was an easy trip straight down to the river from there at the post. And it'd be nice to have that back again, for my own sake, but y'all can share it too. But anyway, but in the spiritualness of things, so we have to look at those things that are heart wrenching, you know, bridges collapsing, the bus full of people and stuff, but the miracles that have happened as well. The young boy that got caught in that well passed away, but they did get him out. There is that and closure, and they sealed the well and all that. That's sadness. We have to put up with that. Sometimes, no offense, but shit happens. And folks will blame it on God or blame it on karma or blame it on the kid. I have played around stuff when we was little kids. There are many times we were in positions where we could have seriously gotten hurt or killed as kids playing on the railroad trestles down there in Tampa, and a train come, and you can't get off the trestle. What do, right? Honk, 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 honk. In the middle of the river, you can't jump off because the water's too shallow. And, you crawled out there on a dare, and now the train's coming. He ain't got no brakes, and you ain't gonna. What the hell do you do, right? Been there, done that. So shouldn't have been there, but we did it. So there are other children and kids and whatever would have gotten hurt or killed or maimed or something. We were lucky, really lucky, really lucky. But um, sometimes kids do the darndest things, and sometimes they get in trouble. Serious trouble. So, was it the well's fault that it was there? Was it somebody took the top off, but the kid fell in it? What was he doing there in the first place? I mean, I'm not trying to place blame or anything, but stuff just happens. Yeah, very lucky, Michelle. You've heard some of my stories. I have been very lucky that I'm still alive. Man, let me tell you, like, holy crap, that was a close one. There was another close one, when you say that was close to to include other ones that were close to death or whatever, you start going, wow, that's too many, too close. You know what I mean? I've slowed down over the years, but that's just because my back and my truck are broke. You know, I'll figure out my truck one of these days. Please, Lord Jesus, help give me strength to not just set match to it. But so there are some folks with spirit medicine that reading the Bible in the evening, going to church on Sundays, and singing praise to the Lord is that, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay. But for those of us who've been through the Christian cycle and that's this is the only way to get there, well, we just have another point of view. I still believe in Jesus. I still believe in the Christ. I still believe in a lot of the stuff. But I'm just the Bible. Oh, by the way, speaking of the Bible as a 10 cent on Remnant TV, Remnant. There's a YouTube channel. Matt something, I can't remember his last name. I've talked about him in channel before, where the Catholics, lots of them, want to go back to the old Latin Mass. And that, and Francis is pushing this new thing, blah, blah, blah. And the Catholics are wanting to throw him out. They want to impeach the Pope. I love it. Okay. Because I've talked about this for a long time, right? And how he changed the Bible and everything. And so there are those folks within the Catholic Church that when Francis told all of the Catholics to throw their old Bibles away and get the new one, there has been this secret thing for the last few years when he did it that they're like, no. And there are bishops and priests and a couple of archbishops, not too many, that are standing up and going, if you read the last book of the Bible, where John meets the angel, and the angel says, he who changes the word of God shall be written out of it. And I have talked about this for a long time. But now there are priests who are coming out, really coming out and speaking publicly that the Pope is an apostate Pope because he changed the words of the Bible. He did exactly what the, you know, the Apocryphy says at the end. And so, isn't that interesting that other people within the Catholic Church, and I know I'm ahead of my time because I've been talking about it for so long, and I've known about it for so long through Sister Helene and other things, but and just my own spiritual guidance by my angel guide, who's just like, Dave, this just ain't right, And of course, I've talked about it. But the interesting thing is, for me, after all these years, to see these priests standing up against the Pope, going, "No, Mister Pope, yeah, but you're supposed to be Catholic, yeah, but he's done got wacky. No, 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 and we're not going to follow him anymore." Oh, this is some interesting times, my friends. Where is this going to go? I don't know. I'm not part of the Catholic Church, but I'm for the old guard, quite frankly. I'm for the old guard. I mean, if you're going to have the Catholic Church that's 2,000 years old, and whether it's right or wrong or not, there was history, there was tradition, there was, yeah, because was an altar boy back then. I did Mass, said Mass with the priest and so forth. I remember those days myself. And I remember the new days. And I remember going to a Catholic church a few years ago going, what the is this? This ain't a Catholic church. Well, I just get like spun. This ain't Catholic for crap. I'm sorry, let me out of here. And they were like, oh no, this is the new way. And I was like, the new way sucks. You know, I'm sorry. I thought I was going to go to Mass and hear this stuff is everybody's going to hug and hold hands. And where you think you're going to kneel down, you got to stand up, and just like what? So, uh, my point to this though, for those who are preaching Armageddon, within Armageddon that they're preaching, they're also preaching the apostate pope within Catholic prophecies. This is the last pope, and as all of this stuff is coming about, this all of these things are coming true, at least through the Catholics point of it, but also from the point of he who changes the word of God. So here's Francis, supposed to be the representative of God on earth kind of thing, the emissary, and he's the guy that's changing all the rules, and he is the apostate. Um, he is the Antichrist because everything he's been doing has been against the Christness of the Christian part of the old Catholic Church. He's changed the whole paradigm. So you got to say to yourself, is this the end of the world? Well, it's the end of something. Is it the end of the Catholic Church? It's the end of this era. I'm hoping that those fervent Catholics, I mean, if they did it the old way, and I could possibly still be a part of it. But we changed it when the priests were all gay and nobody cared, and there all this other stuff. And no, I have not wanted any part of it since 1972. And I tried. But with that said, though, if the church went back to the way it was, I would very possibly go to mass at least once a month, just because there was something about the old mass, because I was an altar boy, so forth, that I could see going back to that as a tradition, you know, to honor the old way, if you will. But it's still Catholic. But as far as a religion, the new stuff and now, no, don't want it. Could I go back to a traditional mass and give honor to Mary and those core beliefs I grew up with as a child? Okay, so there's changes coming, and changes within people, because there are Catholics like me where if the church got rid of the Pope and all this craziness and started talking and getting rid of the pedophiles and the priests who have done wrong, and when they start standing up to this, they go back to the old mass and the old ways and true tradition. I might actually go, not be a full-fledged Catholic, but I might go to mass, because of the way I felt as an altar boy and as a young person growing up, and the visions of Mary that I saw when I was at the church, and the discussions I had as a young Catholic boy, having nothing to do with all this other stuff, right? So, but anyway, but to the point though, if they stood up, which they're doing, and things change, who knows? I might change, at least up to a point, at least to go back to mass and participate. I love singing in church and the hymns and stuff. And if we went back to the old days, I'd love to go back and sing in the choir, just for singing and the participation and the singing part of it. So, but we'll see. So it's not just the church ending; it's a new beginning. See, so is the end coming for a lot of stuff? Yes, but there's 1,000 years of peace. So look, there's a reward on the other end of this if we just stick it out and don't lose our heads. If we don't, let those people who war, let them war, let them fight it out. For us, the meek shall inherit the earth. If none of us try to be the big boss, if none of us tries to take over complete control of a country or of a people's or of a religion, if we stay out of that, and we've learned that, when disaster strikes, that people get together and help each other, and that, there are folks who are like, well, you take in charge of that, okay, and you be in charge of this over here, and There are delegations within people, delegations within talents. Well, you know how to do this? Yeah, well, then, okay, you go over there. We got a flood. So we need somebody to go work the pumps. I got that. I know how to do that. Okay. And I'll come here because I know about motors and engines. Okay. All right. And so people, through their talents and through that, what they know, will figure it out on their own. And disaster after disaster, before the guns get there, people are already figuring out what they need to do. After the Hurricane Michael, folks were coming by and cutting trees out of the yard. They were coming over here and checking me and checking other neighbors, making sure that we were okay. And it had nothing to do with the cops or the government or nothing. It had to do with people checking on people. So I have faith in other people. I really do. And Miss Sheila and us being neighbors, that just proves to me, it's more proof in the universe that there are good people who go out and help other people without asking for anything in return because they're good. They're just good people. I'm talking about you, Miss Sheila, you and Ricky, if he's awake back there. But so I could hear him laughing. But anyway, I'm picking on you. No, but I mean, but good people is good people. And then there are folks that are just sour. That's just how they are. And no matter how much you try to be nice to them, they're just a sourpuss, period. Uh, there was we had an Uncle Fred somewhere in the line. And he was just this, everything pissed him off and everything was wrong, and the government, and of course, looking back on some of the stuff that he was pissed about, he had a reason and I can see his point of view, but he was just always in a pissy mood. He just, everything kept him in a pissy mood. So there are people who are looking for things, well, Armageddon, well, the weather. Now again, I used to be one of these people back in the day, 8, 9, 10 years ago now, 9 years ago ish. So I still see the harm. I still see the evil that's going on, but I see that if all I do is focus on it, that it's going to make my life a living hell because, oh my God, we're all going to die. Oh my God, everything's evil. Oh my God, eh, cut it out, right? So when you start looking on the sunny side, always on the sunny side, looking on the sunny side of life. Keep it on the sunny side, always on the sunny side. Keep it on the sunny side of life. There you go. Well, is that bullshit? I don't know. If you're always looking at the negative side of the stuff, then you just want to put a gun in your mouth. Don't want to go there. Tried that. But if you whistle while you work, if you're looking on the sunny side of life, and a couple of weeks ago, I had this, it wasn't necessarily a negative thought about it. It was that there are some times where certain situations and things that I scratch my head in my learning of the shaman spiritual realm thingy. Can love really conquer all? And it was just a question. And it was like, well, I don't know, but there's so much hate over here and there's so much hate over here. Think of all the hate there is in Red China, and take a look around to Selma, Alabama. You may for man in space. But when you return, it's the same old place. It's the pounding of the drums and the fighting disgrace. You can bury your neighbor, but don't leave a trace. And don't you tell me over and over and over and over again, my friend. Ah, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Yeah, how about that one for an oldie goldie, right? Think of all the hate there is in Red China, and then take a look around to Selma, Alabama. Anyway, but to the point, after all these years when that song was done in the late 60s or maybe the early 70s, there's still all the hate in Red China, you know? And now Selma, Alabama ain't near as bad as it was, but there are folks who are still trying to promote the black hate, okay? When a lot of folks are going, it ain't there, stop it, right? Uh, and I listened to Whoopi Goldberg make several statements about the race thing. And I was like, you a big rich bitch millionaires. And you honestly think that because only of skin color that there are no other races, which means it ain't, but it's either you're black or the rest of the world is white. Even Chinese are white. Even Japanese, because they aren't black, are white people. I mean, what? You know, and the Hawaiian folks and the South Pacific Islander folks, they got their own group now, which, okay, but does Whoopi recognize them folk as because they're more tan, but they're not black, but they're more tan than white people? Are they a race? Well, I think so, right? They're South Islanders, Pacific Island. So this idea that what? But anyway, so what does that man in the mean in the grand scheme thing? Grand scheme of things. I'm a little stoned and very tired. But the grand scheme of things spiritually is you must learn to accept these things, whether you agree with them or not, because they're someone else's point of view. It's someone else's spirit journey. You can't criticize somebody on their path because whatever mistakes they make, it's theirs. You can offer advice, you can lend out a hand. But if they're bound and determined to go off into the weeds, if they get ticks or whatever, and they come home with chiggers, and that's their fault. You tried to warn them. So in the spiritualness of stuff, if you've learned not to go into the woods without spraying, or that you're going to get ticks and chiggers, then like my dear friend Miss Sheila, she knows about that stuff. When you go down in the woods, you got sprayed down, and you're going to come home with a bunch of critters that you did not plan on, and you didn't ask to come along. So in the spiritual realm, it is the same way in that if you focus on negative things, if all you think about are there's ticks in the woods, you're going to just freak out because you're going to. I went through this the other day. I was like, ticks. God damn it, there's one. Duggar had one on him. Crap. I don't want to go to a some bitch and ticks. I was like, get over it. Do a tick check. So, when we come in out of the woods the other day, it was like, hold still, tick check. Um, in the spirit realm and our medicine, if the medicine is it might taste bad, but if it makes us sick, that's another thing. So there are lessons that we learn that from a medicine point of view is, for just basically somebody that you know really well, and somehow they just hurt your feelings. I mean, they something, they just hurt your feelings. Well, it's still a hurt. You're still friends. You still thought of something, and your feelings got hurt. So, was there any physical damage or anything? No, but it affected your spirit, right? So, in that, having been let down by a friend, that's bad medicine to you, from them to you, right? So, in to take that bad medicine though, it's all right because it tastes bad. But the lesson is, if they're your good friend, then you will find out why. There may have been some other excuse or something, and but that you have to forgive them. Yeah, but they let me down. They hurt my feelings. Get over it. They're your good friend. You're gonna be pissed off and never speak to them again because of this incident. I mean, what are you gonna do? Or are you just gonna forget it, forgive them, and maybe forget it? In that, the only way to move forward, right? You can't carry this old baggage, and you have to be able to be open for what the future brings. So if there's animosity and hatred and everything before the future ever arrives, then the future is going to be harder to be positive because you've already pissed, angry, ahead of time. And there may be good reason for it. But to carry it forward into the future then affects the future in a negative way because we have the choice to go, well, I really wanted to go, but so, okay, I'm just going to drop it. It hurt my feelings. Yeah, okay, but I'm just not going to hold it. And even though, and you might have to talk yourself out of it on an hourly, daily basis until you finally forgive them. However, after a while, it gets a lot easier because for whatever reason you weren't invited or you got your feelings. There's no sense in carrying this forward and making my life miserable. Um, at any other point. So our medicine is that it tasted bad for the moment, but guess what? We learned a lesson in patience. We in forgiveness. We learned a lesson spiritually in that we're still trying to um, understand our own spiritualness. And so, in that, okay, bad taste, but we learned a lesson, hopefully. Or the medicine just keeps tasting badder and worser and etc. Right? So, but for those of us on the sure enough, trying to pay attention to spiritual things and trying to do better, then those things matter to us. Other people, it doesn't. And we can't, as another part of this spiritual medicine, we can't expect what medicine is good for us is good for everybody else. Now, good spiritual medicine is good for everybody else, but what you take, for example, your spirit medicine could be going down on the river and taking in, a day of the swamps, the water and the fishing or just sitting there, okay? Somebody else, it could be that they love to crochet or they love to sew or they go with the ladies after church and they help a quilting bee, and that's there's zen and spiritualness in that. So, but to each person in each instance, it is their medicine that feeds them good energy for their spirit. It could be taking a good hit off a 420 bowl. It could be talking to somebody you ain't seen in a while. It could be hanging out with friends like y'all come and hang out with me. So spiritually together, you know, I know that there are still folks, not necessarily y'all, but there are folks that are clearly trying to be on a good, clear spiritual path. And there are so many things that are confusing them. But if they still keep being just an honest person, a decent person, they don't have to go, you know, spend all their money and take in every homeless person. That ain't that. But they need to be if they can be helpful where they are, where they can, and they are, and they are honest about it, then they're okay. Don't worry about all this stuff other people are peddling. You got a good car value. You okay? You go to church once in a while. Okay. You can see the value in spiritualism. Okay. You don't condemn other people or judge them, and okay, all those are positives. So for those folks who think they've got to like have a super duper bunch more, those basics are of such value. Their spiritualness, they just need a little help, maybe a little fertilizer along, with their growth. So we'll see. So after almost 5 hours at this, and I'm tired and I'm punch drunk, um, I thank you all, my dear friends, for coming and hanging out and listening for a point of view. I love you all. I do. Um, many days, many days, there are thoughts and meditations. Um, for example, this particular book and these topics on how to even approach what your spirit is, what spirit medicine means, and how you can develop it on your own and be happy in the world and have more energy. Or sitting in the woods, yeah, or on the creek, absolutely talking to the man upstairs. That's my point, Miss Sheila. And see, I know y'all get it, but there are a lot of folks who just don't. But there are folks who are like, they want to know more, and we got to help them. We got to be nice to them. And some of these folks are arrogant and think they know everything and that their poop don't smell. And we just have to, just say, be patient with them, and hope for the best. But and watching trends in this last 6 months and seeing how the trends of commercials have changed, where people are standing close to each other and they're doing this thing, and fewer people are wearing masks in commercials and stuff and things like that. Those trends are being shown to us. So 6 months ago, those folks who started making commercials, I talked about this before, but it's important in that keep an eye on what they're selling on TV, because that's the trends they thought up 6 or 8 months ago, in some cases a year, because sometimes in order to bring a new line on, it literally takes a year. So last spring, they were working on stuff to get made over the summer and winter to be sold this spring in the fashion lines. Okay. So they saw stuff last year, but couldn't get it, um, you know, cut and produced, manufactured, and back into the supply chain because now it's fall and going into winter and spring line ain't up. So there are folks who have been planning things a year or 2 years in advance that are coming out this spring. Okay. So whatever's coming out this spring, it's just going to be interesting. But understand that these things have been in the works. They may have just popped into the store, but in order for that to pop in the store, there's a lot of planning that went into it. Okay. A lot of folks thinking 6, 8, 10, 12 months in advance. Okay. So just keep an eye on trends. There are folks, oh, the, the stores are running out of food. Some places they are. So I would say get what you need and hunker down. If food's running out that quick, find another place to go shop, find other sources of food. Just look for other options. Don't just sit there and bitch about it. But so I love you all. Prayers. Have a safe week. I know this is Tuesday morning. So please be safe. Remember, always be kind to one another. Road rage just ends up in a ditch, you know. So I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many free blessings from the universe. Every day when me and Duggar go outside and he chases the cats over to Miss Sheila's house, sometimes he goes almost that far. But that, he and I, me more than him, pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And in that law of three, which is just tickles me, I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And that you continue to learn how to reject the chaos that comes into our lives. And there are so many interesting things. CNN's going down. This person's doing this. Whoopi's getting criticized for being a racist. I mean, you gotta love it. You just gotta love it. That's all I gotta say. Is it weird? Is it strange? Yes, but you gotta love it. Maybe I'm just that. Uh, I'm not really a sadistic bastard, but I was a bastard of sorts in that they were not married, but sadistic. But would I like to see some of these people squirm for some of their ideals and thoughts and the way they use their mouth? I mean, it's like they got about this much judgment for their wisdom. You know what I mean? So it's been very interesting, the Pope being called out by Catholics, that they want to impeach him and throw him to the lions. I mean, oh my God, this is great. Keep up the good work, everybody. So I have said before that, only in that, instead of, oh my God, the Pope is in the Catholic, come on, you got to laugh at it. It is extremely ironically funny. So keep up the good work and be safe. And keep your eyes on the prize. After Armageddon comes 1,000 years of peace. Now I might be dead by then, but that's there. It's still something to look forward to. So anyway, I love you all. Michelle, thank you. Good to hear your voice. Chloe, Barry, he's probably already asleep. That's okay. Miss Sheila, much love to my neighbors and everybody. Be safe. Cheers. TTFN, Ta for now, from South Georgia, in the realm of redneck hippies and swamp billies. We say, have a good Tuesday morning, everybody, and we'll talk to you soon. And one of the next shows, again, will be back to the, chapter 2 on the medicine wheel. So, love you all. Be safe. Cheers. Have faith and believe, 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 believe. Till next time. Bye.